Wonder what happened to that kirtan. I'll put it back on. Maybe it ended already. I guess it ended. I'll put it on for a few more minutes while we wait for others to come, and I'm going to invite others to come in the meantime. All right, Sneha Garangi?
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Has anybody else arrived? Sneha Garangi.
Yes, please.
Did you see if anybody else arrived?
There's no video on. I'll just check. There are 5 people, 3 people besides you. Roddy Wabbit, Ananda
Uh,
Dev, and Madhuri
I,
Devi Dasu.
I just sent out another 12 invitations.
Haribo.
Okay.
Hare Krishna, Ananda Dev Prabhu. All right. Great. Jai, Hare Krishna Madhavi. We have Roddy Wabbit here. Thank you for coming, Roddy Wabbit.
Hare Krishna.
Where are
Hare
you
Krishna.
coming from?
I was born in Argentina and I've been in New Zealand since 2014. Oh, 2006, sorry.
You've been where since 2006?
New Zealand, living in New Zealand since 2006 and
Okay.
originally from Argentina.
All right. Mucho gusto.
Mucho gusto, mi amigo.
Do you have a face or will you be speaking as Lord Vishnu tonight?
I do have a material face, but I am rather shy, so
As you wish. It makes it more personal. I mean, not that I mind meditating on Lord Vishnu or to think that it is Lord Vishnu that is speaking through you. It seems Ananda Dev wants to be speaking through Radha and Krishna, so he's representing Radha and Krishna tonight, and we have you representing Lord Vishnu. So it seems that
oh,
we're in very good association. I'm
definitely.
I'm also trying to keep Lord Vishnu very close to me here, and
Beautiful picture.
that's the original artwork on the Isopanisad book, 1969.
Where did you
Uh,
find it?
um, let's see. I'd have to go and look up the link for you, but it's a specific link. If you want it, it's actually the link is this photo comes with that or with the original book. So if you want the original book, I can look it up for you. I can
Oh,
look it
lots
up
of,
for you
yeah,
right. Yeah, okay. Let me just look up the link for you.
thank you so
I've
much.
got it here. Yeah, sure. And then you can also have a copy of the book too
Yeah, why
for
not?
yourself. Why not?
Definitely.
Scans of the original 1969 edition.
Ooh,
Okay, so yeah, I saved it because every week we like to be consistent. Rupanuga Prabhu often attends, and he has a preference for the original editions before all the editing took
yeah.
place.
Same here. Like I've been really looking for the earliest edition I could find. I was looking for the like 1975 edition, which
Mhm.
I thought it was the earliest one, but I got the one it's the revised and enlarged edition. I think it's from '83. That's the earliest I could find. I think it's better than the newer versions, but not as good as the earlier versions, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so I put it in chat for everyone. I hope it goes through. There it is. Can you see it?
Yep,
It's in the. How are you, Krishna Das?
I'm good.
Have you been helping with the cows?
Yeah,
That's great.
he
You
helps
know
his
what?
he helps his mom muck out the barn.
That's fantastic. You know, you're just preparing yourself for the spiritual world because do you know the name of the planet where Krishna lives?
Krishna Loka.
Yeah, Krishna Loka, also sometimes known as Go Loka. The Loka, the planet of the go or the cows. So you're doing the service of a cowherd boy and you're getting trained up to do service for Krishna maybe with his cows in Go Loka, Krishna Loka. My dear godbrother is here, Rupa Vilas Prabhu. Please accept my respectful obeisances. In at the end of 1976, I had served Shishi Goranitai at our Ottawa temple, and I was asked by my temple president if I would like to go and do some service in Canada. And on my initiation day on June 15th, 1976, I went up to Satsarup Maharaj at the Detroit temple and I asked him if I could join his library party. And he said, "What for?" And I said, "I just want to surrender to Krishna." And he said, "You can surrender to Krishna anywhere. You go back to your Chicago temple and you serve under your temple president, Uttama Shloka. And when he makes the arrangement for you to go traveling elsewhere, then you'll know that's Krishna's arrangement. You can't just, whimsically go here and go there." And there was, some, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Contentiousness at that time because brahmacharis were becoming inspired to run away and join the circus, so to speak, of Sri Sri Radha Damodar. And there were especially two sannyasis that were well known for inspiring brahmacharis to abandon their temples and join Krishna's traveling roadshow. But I didn't want to be guilty of that. So one day in getting close to Christmas, the president said to me, there's a god sister that wants to come from Ottawa, uh, Karana Devi Dasi, to marry one of our godbrothers here, Dharmaprana Prabhu. And so, we have to send someone in exchange for her. We can't just take a devotee from Ottawa and not have a devotee go back there. We already sent Ramakeli Prabhu, but I don't know exactly what the details were. But it didn't work out so well for him. Actually, when he came back, he said, "Watch out for the French Canadian ladies because they're very dangerous." That's the warning he gave me. And so I was asked, "Would you like to go there and help them with book distribution and Harinam?" And I thought, well, I guess this must be what Satsarup Maharaj was talking about. When Krishna is ready to make the arrangement, he'll arrange for you to go someplace else. And I thought, I don't want to leave Kishori's delicious Mahaprasadam. I don't want to leave the fired up, book distributors of Tripurari Swami, Vaisheshika Prabhu, Pragosh Prabhu, Divyanga, Manasuta. I don't want to leave the ecstatic mridanga playing and kirtans of Vishnu Dutt and Uddhama Shloka. And when Dira Krishna Prabhu would come, it was an exciting place, ISKCON Chicago, Kishori. But I thought, well, I guess Krishna wants to. And then he said, we can't send any new bhaktas there because it's a small temple and the new bhaktas may bloop. And we can't afford to send any Brahmins because we need them on the altar. And we don't want to send you either, but if you'd like to go. And I thought, well, okay, I guess Krishna's arranging. And then I arrived at the door of the Ottawa temple, which was, I think, Rupa Vilas, was it November or was it already December when I arrived? Do you remember? It was an apartment in an adjacent town to Ottawa called Elmer. And I walked up the stairs. I thought, wow, this is quite a small temple. It's in an apartment. Because we were moving from Bezerer Street and we were on our way to Surville Road, where a garage was being turned into a temple room. And so when I arrived there, I met Rupa Vilas Prabhu, my new temple president, probably December 76. And he told me, oh, all the brahmacharis are out on book distribution right now. And I said, oh, because it was evening. I said, could I make them some banana milk? And he said, sure. So I remember that was my first service in ISKCON Ottawa with Rupa Vilas Prabhu, was making banana milk for all the brahmacharis going out in, I don't know, what do you think, 10 below zero maybe? Something like that, Rupa Vilas Prabhu? You're muted right now. Yeah.
I don't know how cold it would get. It would get mighty cold. Not as cold as Quebec. Aylmer was in Quebec,
Right.
and Ottawa was right across the river.
That's right. So
Krishna
I have a
Das and
lot.
I, we both spent time in Aylmer looking for a temple in Ottawa. We couldn't afford to get an apartment in Ottawa. It was a little expensive. So luckily we found that place, and they renovated it partially for us to make it usable.
Oh, very
And
nice.
then we had the one devotee, I can't remember his name. He painted the whole temple yellow. I think it was David Davies' husband.
Oh. Um. Uh. It's a name with Jagannath Puri. Was that Neela Challa or
Yeah, I know, I'm thinking of it too. He was a very tall
Neela
devotee who became a
Madhava?
lawyer.
Neela Madhava. Neela Madhava. Neela Madhava. Yes, that was his name. Became a lawyer. Yeah, I really like the yellow color. It's my favorite color. It's a happy color. It's a jolly color. So, yeah.
I went back later to see the temple area, and the building had been taken down. They'd knocked
Oh,
it down.
oh,
I think after we got the temple in Ottawa itself, next to the university, we got a building there.
that's right. Well, I've pulled up here Srila Prabhupada giving a class on this verse and verse number 7 for tonight. And he's chanting, I believe, the first 9 mantras or so. So why don't we listen to Srila Prabhupada and devotees chanting the first 7 mantras or 9 mantras of Sri Isopanisad. This is in Los Angeles, May 10th, 1970. I'm currently live streaming this on YouTube. And I just humbly beg everyone, please not to use the V word. I think everyone knows what that is because I've had my account threatened to be destroyed if I in any way interfere with
Well,
their.
we're down here in Florida, and V stands for Vivasvan, because
Ah,
it's so sunny and so hot down here.
Jai.
Except today, it's thunder showers, first time in 2 months.
And our godbrother Vivishwan Prabhu, he has been running a little center in Tampa, Florida for many years. I used to go on book distribution with him. I opened up a preaching center in Clearwater Beach entitled the Bhaktivedanta Cultural Arts Center with another godbrother, Antima Prabhu, and our god sister Gunya Rupini. And Vivishwan would sometimes give me permission to come over to Tampa and to distribute books at the Busch Garden streetlights there. And on weekends, I would go to the, I think it was called the Latin Quarter. There's a kind of like a mall, an outside mall, where a lot of people come. There's bars, and we would do Harinam there. So when I think of Vivishwan Prabhu, I think of a former Radha Damodar godbrother who's still preaching up a storm there in Tampa, Florida.
It's
Amazing.
interesting, Gore, that when Karna left and she was the top book distributor in Ottawa, you became the top book distributor when you arrived, and you've never stopped. You've been going for 30
Well,
years of book distribution.
I've kind
Never
of
mind the weather, never mind the karmis, never mind anything. No money, no house, doesn't matter. You still distribute Prabhupada's books.
That's true. I was enjoying Vana Prasta life for a while because by living in my van, the special treat was that I could go and live in Mayapur Dham for 6 months at a time and not worry about having to pay rent on an apartment back in Canada. So, but then, coming after living in warm India, coming back to cold Canada to live in your van, that was a bit of a challenge. Of course, the temples are always there as well. But thank you for your encouraging words. I hope to liberate myself and get back out there. I just need to find out how much extra it would cost to have data in order to be able to live in my van and be able to have Wi-Fi regardless of where I am. Because right now I just have Wi-Fi at home. But if I start traveling, I'll have to pay extra to be out on the road. So,
Well, if you travel to Florida, you have a place.
oh, thank you.
You're
That
very
all
welcome.
that all depends on what they want to do to me in order to cross the border.
I know,
So,
I know. Send you back again.
okay, so share the screen here. Here we are on today's mantra. And Srila Prabhupada always starts with a few verses, so let's follow along with him. If you chant out loud, it's going to collide with everybody else because there's a gap in time. So just mute yourself if you want to sing along with Prabhupada. Here we go.
Om Purnamad
You muted the sound.
Does anybody else hear the mantra? I don't hear.
I think it's muted.
You're muted, Gora. Gora, you're muted.
You're muted.
Mm.
Unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Okay, I get it now. I'll try that again. Thank you. Thank you for notifying me.
Tasya Siddhanam
I'll start Prabhupada again. Thank you.
Om
Om
Purnamadaha
No.
Idam
Ananda Dev, if you don't mute yourself, everyone
I-
you're interfering with Prabhupada's chanting. We all hear you.
bad. I actually had it muted, but then I told you that that we couldn't hear, and I forgot to turn the mute back on.
Okay, let's try it again. Take 3.
Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnam Mudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishate Ishavasam sarvam Jatkincha Jagatyam Jagat Tina Taktina Banjitha Magvidha Tasya Siddhanam Kurvannivaha Karmani Jijibhishatam Samaha Evam Tainannati Tosi Nakarma Dipati Nare Suryan Ramati Loka Andhena Tamasabrita Tangsi Pratyavi Gachanti Jeti Chatma Anojana Jagiyo Nainadeva Apravan Purvamarsat Tat Avata Anyanatiti Tishtat Tasmin Napo Matavisha Dadati Visatina Vijati Tad Dure Tad Antike Tad Antarasya Sarvasya Tadu Sarvasya Sabhayatha Sarvami Bhutani Atmanivānupassati Sarvabhuteshu Chatmanam Tatūna Jugupsati Sarvani Bhutani Atmaivābhudvijanataha Tatra Kumoha Koshoka Ekattam Anupashyata Sapajagaat Shukramakayam Abranam Masnavidam Suthamapapa Vidyam Kabir Manishi Paribhusayambhu Yatha Tatvatvarthyan Badadhachasatibhyah Samabhyah. Again repeat. Purnamam Purna Again, andham tama pravishanti vidyam upasati tato bhuya ivahi tamo jau vidyayam zata. Again.
I'd just like to make a brief comment before we look at the verse, and that is, I remember reading, I can't remember in which book it was, but Prabhupada had our god sister Kaushalya Devi Dasi repeating. She had committed to memory, and maybe you, Vilas Prabhu, and Madhavi Devi Dasi, maybe you also memorized the Sri Ishopanishad at one time. I remember I did memorize it.
A lot
Prabhupada
of
liked
it.
it.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah?
A lot of
The
it.
whole
Yeah.
thing? You memorized the whole thing?
Yeah. Yeah, he encouraged us. And at one event in India, Prabhupada presented Kaushalya Devi Dasi in front of a large Indian like a Pandal program, I believe. There were thousands of people there. And Prabhupada was very proud of Kaushalya Devi Dasi, and asked her to come to the microphone and recite the entire Sri Ishopanishad in front of thousands of Indian people. And Prabhupada was very proud of her for doing that. So we can understand that if we refresh our memories and revise our remembrance of Sri Ishopanishad, then Prabhupada will be very pleased with us. That memory comes back to me. So I'll just continue on with where we were.
Anantama pravishanti jividyam upasati tato Now, this verse number 7, Jasmin sarvani bhutani atmavivabhut vijanatah tatrapo moha kasoka ekatam manubasat.
So I'll continue playing this, and in the meantime, unless you've got a great memory, have a pen and a notebook handy, and if there's one or two points that you really appreciate or that stand out for you, then please make note of them, and then we'll go around and we'll hear from everyone, and then we'll go to the actual verse in the book right after we hear everyone's comments on what Prabhupada has to say here. Thank you.
This is the perfection of Krishna consciousness. Ekatam anupasat. A Krishna conscious person sees oneness. All living entities, they see one. Just like fire and the sparks, although there are different types of illuminating properties, the whole thing is seen as one. Similarly, these diversities in unity. Diversities means the expansion of different energies of Krishna. That is diversity. Otherwise, the one, Krishna, only Krishna. Parasabramana Shakti tathaiva akhilam jagat, the whole universe, Parasa Brahmana Shakti, Parasa the Supreme, Brahma, Parameshwara, Ishara Parama, Krishna. He is energy. The example is just like fire. Fire has got many energies. especially heat and light. Wherever there is fire, there is heat and there is light. And this heat is not different from the fire, and the light is not different from the fire. But still, heat and light is not fire. From the fire, there is heat. So if you are heated, if you are getting warmth from the fireplace, that does not mean you are sitting on the fire. But at the same time, that warmth of the fire, the heat of the fire is not different from the fire. In this way you have to understand the whole universe. Nothing is different from Krishna, but still Krishna is not everywhere. This philosophy, what is used here, Bijanataha. Bijanata means one who knows of things, how things are manifested. When one understands that things are manifested in this system, exactly like the fire, heat and light. Fire is the original cause of heat and light. Similarly, whatever we see within this universe, within material world and spiritual world, the spiritual world is expansion of Krishna's internal energy. And this material world is Krishna's expansion of external energy. And we living entities, we are expansion of marginal energy. The three energies. He has got multi-energies, all the multi-energies grouped in three headings. Antaranga Shakti, Bahiranga Shakti, Tatastha Shakti. Antaranga Shakti means internal energy. Bahiranga Shakti means external energy. And Tatastha Shakti means these living entities. We are Shakti, we are energy. We are not the energetic. The Mayavadi philosopher says that because the energies are not outside Brahma, therefore they are all the same. There is monism. Our Vaishnava philosophy is that energy simultaneously one and different. When you perceive heat, we understand there is fire. But that does not mean that because I am getting some heat, I am on the fire. Try to understand this philosophy. Therefore, here it is said, Bijanataha. So their ekattam, Mayavad philosophy is ekattam, oneness, and our ekattam of oneness, a little different. They say that the energy is false. The Brahma is real. Brahma Satya Jagannath. We say that because Brahma is true, therefore his energy is also true. That is the difference between Vaishnava philosophy and Mayavad philosophy. We cannot say that energy is false. Energy is temporary. This external energy is temporary, not false. Although, suppose we have got some trouble. There are so many kinds of troubles pertaining to the body, mind, external affairs. But That trouble comes and goes. But when the trouble is there, it is true. We feel the consequence. We cannot say it is false. The Mayavadi philosophers say that it is false, but when he is troubled, why he is so much disturbed? So that is not false. Therefore, this very word is used, Bijanata, one who knows. Perfect knowledge must be there. Bijanata. When one is an actual knower of the things, tatra kumoha, then there is no illusion. Illusion is for him who does not know things. But one who knows, there is no illusion. Tatra kumoha, kasuka, no lamentation. When you are perfectly in conviction that there is nothing except Krishna and Krishna's energy the same, then there is no moha, moha means illusion, and shoka. Moha and shoka, this is also explained in the Bhagavad Gita. Brahma bhuta prasannatma na suchati na kankati. We were very much anxious to get things which we haven't got. That is kankati, hankering up. And when things are lost, we lament. But if we know that Krishna is the central point, so anything received, gain, profited, that is Krishna's desire. Krishna has given, accept.
Excuse me, there's somebody crunching and clanking in the background. I don't know who's unmuted, but it's disturbing, Prabhupada. Could you please put the mute on? Thank you very much.
And if it is taken away by Krishna, then what is the lamentation? Krishna like to take it away from me. Oh, why should I lament? Because Ekattam, the Supreme One, He is the cause of all causes. He is taking, He is also giving. So when you have got something, engage it in Krishna's service. And we have nothing to offer Krishna, then whatever you get, patram, puspam, phalam, toyam, Krishna is satisfied in every way. This is the meaning of Bijanat. One must be in the full knowledge. Then there will be no more lamentation and no more hankering. That is the stage of spiritual platform. Brahma bhuta prasannatma na sojati na kang samas sarveshu bhuteshu. Then you can see everyone on the same platform. And everyone is a spiritual spark. Na vijugupsate. Then you do not say, oh, he is lower, he is higher, he is intelligent, he is fool. That is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Pandita samadarshina. Pandita means learned. There is Vijanat, one who knows. So in the Vedic literature you won't find something different in Bhagavad Gita and something different in the Isopanisad or something different in the Vedas. No. They are the same thing is explained in different languages, in different scriptures. But one has to know the art, how to understand. Thank you very much.
Jai Srila Prabhupada. Okay, so I have some points I'd like to share quickly. Wow, we've got a great crowd here. 4, 8, 9, 10 devotees. Jai Rupanuga Prabhu, Hare Krishna,
Well,
obeisances to you and to Anutama Devi Dasi. Thank you for coming, Stoko Krishna. Thank you. And who is Chas? Chas, I know, is a kind of buttermilk that you can make from a cow. CAS.
Haribo.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
It's fun.
Where are you coming in from? Where are you?
I'm currently in Virginia, but I used to stay in West Virginia at New Vrindavan. I'll be going back there in about a week.
Oh, great. You'll meet my friend, godbrother, Rishabh Dev Prabhu. He's there. Tapa Punj is
Oh,
there.
yes. Yep. I'm good friends with
Many
them.
great souls. Yeah. So I just like to make a couple of points, if I may, um, from what we just heard from Srila Prabhupada. And the Prabhupada was explaining that ekatvam, or the concept of oneness, um, is different between how the Mayavadis view and Vaishnavas view. I was thinking, prior to meeting Srila Prabhupada, this concept of oneness was very, very popular amongst the hippie community. Do you remember that, Rupa Vilas Prabhu, Madhavi,
I
Anuttama?
remember people talking about it, but I never bought into it. I used to think it was garbage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I
But
met these
yes,
different swamis in Montreal in the 60s who used to teach that. And they were all, to me, a little cuckoo. I never could buy into it. Only
that
Prabhupada's Gita made sense to me.
sense. Yeah. Yeah, there was
Yeah.
this idea, since we're all one, then we're all meant to merge, right? And enter into that oneness.
It was
And
very depressing idea,
yes, you remember
I
it like
thought.
uh Rupanuga Prabhu. I don't know how much. I know you're very philosophical, but and you're coming right from that very era, the peak of the hippie years, Haight-Ashbury, Greenwich Village. Had you been exposed to the concept of oneness prior to meeting Srila Prabhupada?
No, no, I was
Okay,
I was kind of a loner. I didn't mix with those groups.
okay. How about you, Anutama?
No, I didn't hear the philosophy, but I think it's all pervading throughout our society. I think that people pick up on that philosophy, even though maybe it's not presented in a real straightforward way. I think that the programming on the TV programs and all that really promotes the Nirvisesa Sunyavadi, which is what we're talking about.
Right, and
That's
and
what
and
it seems like.
which would be very prominent in the yoga studios of today. Regard whether it's Maharishi or Shi Chinmoy or I know Iyengar is a yoga school of coming from Sri Ramanujacharya. They're actually a Vaishnava yoga group.
I think if you were to ask the average person on the street, well, what's the purpose of life? That you would get some, maybe sweethearted people would say, to develop love for God. But I think most people would probably say, something that would be more in line with what Mayavadi goals are. So,
Hmm.
in terms of if somebody's following a philosophy that's bringing them to that goal, I would say that they're a Mayavadi. And I think that's even kind of pervasive within, like, I know within my own heart, I've got a lot of it. I confront it quite often.
Yeah, so this oneness philosophy was very popular in the 60s, and it was only after meeting Srila Prabhupada that he introduced me and all of us to this concept of diversity, that although there's oneness, there's diversity in the various energies that we just heard Prabhupada addressing: Bahiranga Shakti, Antaranga Shakti, Ashta Shakti. Um, so that this is one thing that really stood out for me. Another thing that stood out for me is Prabhupada was saying that anything that we receive, anything that we gain, anything that we profit is given by Krishna. And then he says something really, um, for me, monumental. I mean, we've heard this saying that not even a blade grass moves without the will of the Lord. But Prabhupada goes on to say, so since everything is arranged by Krishna, given by Krishna, then if anything is taken away from us, why should I lament? He asks. Krishna, Krishna is taking and Krishna is giving. Krishna is taking. Um, Krishna took it away. But if we're like in a marriage and Krishna takes away our wife or our husband, or if Krishna takes away our job, or Krishna takes away, whatever it is that we're attached to, um, at least for myself, I have to say it was a challenge to my faith in Krishna. I don't remember being angry at Krishna, but I remember sometimes being angry at the people who, went away, or maybe I lent them some money to help them and he decided not to pay me back. And so I confess this evening that I have not always seen Krishna's giving and taking away as being ordained by the Lord, and that I should not be disturbed. Rupanuga Prabhu, would you like to say something about that concept of Krishna?
I think this has to apply to either devotees and non-devotees. It's not all the same. It's like when Srila Prabhupada had his typewriter and is stolen. He was very upset. That's not considered to be like an ordinary attachment.
Right.
So I think people can steal things because it's something stolen. It doesn't mean it's Krishna's will. Because he doesn't allow a blade of grass to fall, it doesn't mean that he condones stealing. See? Just Janatachena Bunjita means that you take what is your designation and not somebody else's. That's law. That's law. So someone steals something from you and you don't like it, doesn't mean you're attached. Especially, we have to see that these things are written for both devotees and non-devotees. I mean, you have to look at it from both points of view. The devotee gets upset if something is taken that he's using in Krishna's service.
Mm-hmm.
It's not lamentation.
You're saying that's justified lamentation or justified anger.
Yeah, when someone, actually, even on the material level, when someone steals something, what's that verse for? The verse is Janita Bunjata. It means that you're not supposed to have anything stolen from you. It's your quota. So Krishna gives you quota. If someone tries to take your quota, well, you have a right to be upset.
Actually, you're reminding me of a statement from Srila Prabhupada where he said, to steal from someone is a sin, but he said an even greater sin is to allow someone to steal from you because you're helping to facilitate their sin. So we have to be careful with what Krishna is giving us.
This discussion is primarily having to do with non-devotees who are attached to everything.
Uh-huh.
They don't make distinctions. Remember, Srila Prabhupada's verse, his glory says he came to this land of voidism and impersonalism.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't talking about Mayavadi. There's no Mayavadis here when Srila Prabhupada came. And voidism, there were only a handful of Buddhists. So he's not talking simply, when he says land of voidism and impersonalism, he means it in also a more inclusive way. Impersonalism means you don't know anything about God and you love him. How's that possible? It's called impersonalism. Or voidism, scientific voidism. You're born to die. You're just here to what's the purpose of life? There's no purpose of life. Just enjoy yourself, stay out of jail maybe. But that's impersonalism, that's voidism. And different dress. So different dress here. The scientific voidism, not Buddhist voidism. And it's impersonalism, the kind of impersonalism that we encounter everywhere. It's all pervading in the West. The government's impersonal.
The government's impersonal because the Prabhupada said in chapter 1, verse 1, maybe you were sitting in that class, Dharma Kshetre, Kuru Kshetre in New York in 1966. I believe it was, unless it was London. And he said that the king and the queen are known as Naradev. Naradev, Nara meaning the Lord, and Dev meaning, Nara I think meaning human beings, right? And Deva meaning the Lord. So they're God's representatives, the king and the queen. So Unless the king and queen are representing Krishna, then they're impersonal, right?
Of course.
And that's everywhere.
They have no connection with the Supreme Lord.
Right.
That's the problem with this world. And we say we have to be careful about this statement that not a blade of grass falls without the Lord's sanction. It doesn't mean everything is sanctioned by Krishna. It means that he approves of it. He's an order supplier. He's the conscience. If someone doesn't agree or doesn't listen, he's not responsible for that. Just because he knows it's going to happen, for example. Just because the Lord knows the future doesn't mean he's responsible for it. You see, but he has to satisfy everyone's desires. Otherwise, we couldn't move. Everybody has to go to Krishna. Whether they realize it or not, they're dependent on their intelligence. And that's the form direction of the Lord. So because something happens, it doesn't mean, well, that had to be condoned by the Lord and it wouldn't happen. No, so many things go on without his approval. But that's free will. And he doesn't interfere with our free will, except when we start to do something against the pure devotee. That's different. That law changed. Then the tables change at that point. Krishna you can interfere if you interfere with his pure devotee.
You're reminding me of an experience I had. I was serving with Rupa Vilas Prabhu in Ottawa, but at one point, some arrangement was being made for me to marry someone that I didn't want to marry. So I jumped in a car with Dasharath Pandit Prabhu and Kashi Ram. They took me down to St. Louis. And then when the Bhagavatam class was being given, one of the Sankirtan leaders, I think his name was Rasam something, and he was saying how he was telling devotees in a Sankirtan van that they should get their donation box welded down in the van, and they had a new Sankirtan Bhakta with them, and I don't know how many thousands of dollars was in that safety box from the book distribution, but that new Bhakta ran away with the whole safety box. And so the head of that party reported back and said, oh, well, I guess it's Krishna's mercy. And the one that was giving the class said, we should not confuse our stupidity and our carelessness with Krishna's mercy. That's what you're reminding me of right now. We shouldn't think it's all, everything moves nothing moves without the will of the Lord.
That's the old oneness again. Comes a different dress.
No
distinction.
Rupa Vilas Prabhu, do you have any comment on what we were just discussing right now? Anything from you?
We did have an occasion in Montreal that we were robbed in the middle of the night, after which Sripati and myself just sat every night by the safe. We slept against the safe from then on, so it would never happen again. And we chased those people in the middle of the night after they escaped from the temple, whoever they were. We also, I remember when you went to, you were trying to be convinced to stay at another temple, book distributors, and one of the devotees that we had, a new devotee, said he had a dream, and in that dream he saw you being convinced to never come back. So we all got in the car and we came to see you. And when we got there, they pulled you aside into another room. And then eventually you came back with us. But when we got back, that devotee who had stayed behind had found my checkbook and written himself a large check and cashed it.
Oh, no.
At the same time. And so our head was, well, what did we do wrong in this case? We just lost some of Krishna's money. Somehow that checkbook shouldn't have been available. He got in through the locked office and he still found it and he escaped. And we went to the bank and got the money back because it was not my signature that was on it. But that's what came to mind.
Thank you.
And after that, you feel very, very guilty and stupid, and you kind of pick yourself up by your seat and said, I will not let this happen again in both those cases.
Thank you.
I'm sure Prabhupada remarked once he saw an RT in L.A. He wrote in the letter, he saw two men with holsters. He was quite pleased with that.
Two men with holsters?
Two men with holsters. The devotees with holsters in the kirtan. He also
With your
said
gun.
temple president can have a gun, and I had a gun. Whenever I went down in the evening after the Sunday program to empty out the donation box, I had it with me. Because
Wow.
it was after dark, the temple was locked up, and Potomac, New Hastinapur is a big place, 13 acres at the time, and it's pretty dark. And so, anyway, that's what he said. We're not, we can't say everything. Be careful that everything that happens is not always due to something else, or we have to take precaution.
Yeah.
So in other words, it's not always Krishna that's taking things away. It's Maya. Maya's taking things away sometimes, not Krishna. It's not Krishna's arrangement.
No, he doesn't want people, but the laws of nature are that everyone has to pay, whether they're caught or not.
Right.
Sripati in Montreal bought a shotgun, and he kept that in the office next to the safe just in case. And it was never used, but it gave him and us, I guess, a feeling of confidence that no one will take Krishna's money.
In this age, people can riot in the streets, destroy monuments, they can tear up, they can burn police cars, and they can get out of jail 3 days later. It's like there's no law and order anymore, at least in this country, that can be easily enforced to protect innocent system. So that's why everybody runs out to buy guns, because they don't feel protected. See? So the Lord's laws are there to protect people, but they don't follow them. You're not supposed to take what doesn't belong to you. You're not supposed to harm an old person on the street. You're not supposed to, steal things, but people do it. Krishna doesn't like that, but the laws of karma are always functioning, whether the state laws function or not. But people don't know that because they don't believe in the next life. They don't believe in the last life. So it's like, it's a free-for-all. So just recently, they passed a Supreme Court reversed Roe versus Wade, the great, which they passed in 1972 and caused millions of deaths. They allowed abortions. Now they now reversed that. And there's riots all over the country.
Yeah.
And even they were, before they made the decision, their very houses were confronted with rioters. When I was a young man, all those people would have been arrested for threatening a Supreme Court judge. But now all these riots are going to schedule to be happening. They'll burn things. They'll burn police cars, and so they'll go away. So times have changed. So these laws that Krishna gives us here, everyone ignores them.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the devotees don't. The devotees have to know what's going on, because how do you know unless you know the law is being broken? Because Krishna gives the law. He says, this is what you should do, this is what you should behave. So that's how we know if things are wrong.
Yeah, once when I was doing Sankirtan in Montreal on the street, the police stopped, pulled me over, put me in the car, and took me to jail. And went to the judge the next day. And he said, you were on the sidewalk standing, talking to someone. He says, yes. You were blocking the city sidewalk by standing on the sidewalk. Yes. He said, anyone who is on the sidewalk stopped is blocking the sidewalk. Okay, so what's the punishment? He says, well, just keep it in mind. You should not stop and talk to people on a sidewalk on a main street. This is the judge's opinion. And the next day they picked up Vishwambar. And he took his beads and he was chanting as loud, as you were saying, Rupanuga, as loud as he could. Loud, loud, loud. And they took a fire hose, and they soaked him down. And he chanted even louder. But that was our law. That was our law back then.
He was in the jail cell and they put a hose on him?
Yeah. And
Wow.
the more they soaked him, and it's cold water, because this is the fall going into winter. And he just chanted louder and louder and louder. He wouldn't stop. And then after we went to see him, and I spoke to one of the policemen there, who was very mellow, this one. He said, I don't know why they did that. I don't know why. He seems like such a nice boy. He was just chanting, Hare Krishna, all the time. So there was one effect of it, that this policeman got to say the names of Krishna.
Roddy, we'll get to you in a minute, Roddy. I just wanted to hear from my two god sisters, Madhavi first and then Anutama, if they have any comments that they wanted to make on either this point about how many of us may have been influenced by the oneness philosophy, or how they've perceived that Krishna is giving and Krishna is taking, or whether that was difficult for them to accept when Krishna was giving or taking. Madhavi, do you have something to say about that?
Well, one thing I've noticed with talking to a lot of Christians is that they seem to have sort of a oneness contamination because their conception of God, for instance, Jesus is the Son, he speaks of the Father, but they can't differentiate in their minds that there's a Son and a Father that have an eternal relationship as Father and Son. And when I try to say it, they just can't grasp it because they're stuck in a kind of impersonal or all one idea of their God. But on the other note, I was also wondering, don't we actually, Rupanuga Prabhu, accept everything as Krishna's mercy when distress comes to us? That's something I struggled with in the past, but I came to terms with it when I went through some really hard stuff. And I had a friend that kept telling me that everything is perfect by Krishna's arrangement. And I finally adjusted to it. And I eventually was able to actually become completely content with how everything happened in my life, even though, different things.
You have to distinguish between what happens to you and what happens to somebody else. We can take the humble position for ourselves, but not for somebody else.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I was thinking, Madhavi, in regards to your point about impersonalism within Christianity, how I don't know where it says in the Bible, but it says that Jesus sits on the right hand side of his Father.
Yes.
So how can he sit on the right hand side of his Father and be the Father? And also, Christ says, I think it's in John, through me, one can come to the Father. He's not saying through me.
Through me, yeah. He said through me, no one can get to the Father but through me or through Guru.
Right. So that's why Prabhupada said we do not verify very much on the basis of the Bible because the Bible is full of contradictions. Yet we do know that Prabhupada would quote, "Thou shalt not kill," and he even gave one whole talk, I think, on Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, there was the Word. The Word was
sound
God.
vibration, sound, meaning sound. Sound was the beginning. Yes, when Srila Prabhupada, quotes from the Bible, then we can accept that. It's genuine.
Right.
But he's also said the Bible was written by so many persons and things like that, not so much actually verbatim what Jesus Christ said himself. He also said Jesus Christ is our guru. No. Right. Great respect for Lord Jesus Christ. I remember when I first came to listen to Srila Prabhupada, I was very happy because I wasn't sure how Srila Prabhupada was, but so respectful for Lord Jesus Christ. He once said, my Guru Maharaj has confirmed that Jesus Christ and Muhammad were Shaktavesh avatars.
So I don't mean to digress too much, but more as of late, I mean, I've attended interfaith conferences with Muslims, and they would always say, they would refer to Prophet Muhammad, and they'd always say, peace be upon him, peace be upon him. And more, and I don't want to make any blasphemy to Islam, but you hear of people questioning that he married a very young girl as his wife, and they kind of put his sanctity into question, but Prabhupada never did.
No. Shaktavesh avatar is an incarnation.
Did he also? Yes,
six incarnations, the Shaktavesh avatar jivas are one class of incarnation.
Right. I'm trying to remember in the 16th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, does Srila Prabhupada refer to Hitler as a kind of Shakyavesh in the sense that he was empowered, even though it was demoniac? But did he refer like that?
I don't remember that. Srila said a number of things about Hitler, which even his own disciples consider somewhat controversial.
Right.
So, but I take Srila in the context in which he says it, it makes perfect sense. But if it's quoted outside, like many things can be quoted separately from their intention, and they can be misunderstood. It
Right.
happens all the time.
Taken out of context.
Yeah, take it out of context, or don't even understand what it means,
Uh-huh.
or because of preconceived training and notions. Because we were trained in a certain way about history, and when Srila Prabhupada tells us things about Second World War and things, we were taught the opposite.
Hmm.
You see, so it's like indoctrination.
He gave us an alternative view.
I mean, Hitler was painted as the biggest demon of all time, but Srila Prabhupada actually Stalin was the greatest criminal. And then there's all kinds of different historical points of view of history from the point of view of the British, a specific point of view, and they're right behind the history books and so on. So there's a lot of information of mundane history that is distorted politically.
For sure.
Papa knew that. He could see through that. He told us different stories that would indicate that we were trained in a certain way to see things through a certain view, political view, or whatever, diplomatic view.
There's a saying that history is written by the victors. Those who are victorious, they write the history. Anutama, I'm just wondering, based on what some of the points we've been discussing, how Krishna giveth, how Krishna taketh away, can we always see that it's Krishna's hand in when he's taking away, or maybe it's not Krishna?
Well, I'm going through some kind of intense experiences right now, but I've been reflecting on this. Why is the Mayavadi philosophy so attractive? And I think the main thing is that it enables one to get rid of their own personal responsibility towards an individual. So say, for instance, if somebody had an abortion, there is a responsibility. I mean, there's a relationship between the aborted fetus and the mother, obviously. It's a big deal. But if you accept the impersonal philosophy, that it's all one, it really doesn't matter, then you can give that up. And so many other things too. All of our anarthas, we can kind of justify if we buy into the impersonal philosophy because we can give up. And that it's that responsibility that people seem to not want right now. They're so involved in huge amounts of sense gratification. There's probably never been a time in history where people spend so much time and energy on entertainment.
Land of voidism and impersonalism includes the animals. It's very impersonal attitude that people have toward animals. But they're not persons. Srila Prabhupada said the dog is a person, the cat is a person, the cow is a person. They're persons. But impersonalism means you don't see them as persons. You see that they have no soul.
Oh, yeah. So then even just meat eating is impersonalism.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's why it's so popular, because you have no responsibility to the animal. So it really is, it's like, that's what our philosophy is, taking personal responsibility towards everything. It's like nobody checks to see if we chant our rounds. That's a personal vow that we have with Srila. No, I mean, nobody can check, whether you're focused on your chanting or not. That's personal between you and Krishna and Prabhupada. So, wow, thank you.
Thank you, Anutama. That's a great example, especially since the abortion issue is the hot topic all over America right now. Women have not heard that you have a personal relationship with that fetus that is within you. It's your karma that soul was sent to you. You invited that soul within you. I mean, of course, they could probably argue, no, I got raped, I didn't invite them. But if we take karma down to its root, Uh, maybe you raped someone in your last life that you're being raped in this lifetime, but it doesn't give you the right to terminate the life of the soul.
Yeah, and that's why people are so angry about everything, because they can't take, if something happens to them, they're always pointing finger. This, white males are the, whatever it is. So they're always putting the responsibility and not taking it on themselves. And if we can see that in somebody else, we know it must be within ourselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see it.
Mhm.
So, really, if we come to these meetings so that we can improve ourselves, then we need to try to find where that is. And well, I'm speaking to myself. My God siblings seem to be more realized than I am.
Thank you for giving that example of impersonalism. Rupa Vilas, did you have something you wanted to say before we hear from Roddy? He had his hand up for a long time. I was just sensing.
Yesterday, I had a visitor who was trying to sell me solar energy, and we talked for 2.5 hours, and we got into Krishna and the books and the philosophy.
Wow.
And then he said, I have a very difficult thing in my life. I was in the army, and I've killed many, many, many people for the
Wow.
United States. He says, am I going to have to get karma for this? How do I get out of this? Because I'm worried, I'm getting frightened, what's going to happen. So we were talking about read Prabhupada's book, chant the names of Krishna. Eventually, if you accept a spiritual master, all of these things can help you relieve that karma that's there. But otherwise, I don't know what to tell him.
Wow, you're saving his life. You're giving him hope.
There's good karma too. Srila Prabhupada said that World War I was religious war. He told one of his disciples his father fought in a religious war. When you're attacked, like in Pearl Harbor, or if your allies attack, you may fight them. And if you kill them, it's not murder. You have a right to defend yourself. That's why Srila Prabhupada said that his father fought in a religious war. There was a reason. There's a law of nature that's being followed.
Mm-hmm.
This karma, those laws of karma, they're being followed. So that doesn't hold true always. I mean, it may vary on an individual level, but I'm talking generally speaking, like that.
And you see a war like in Vietnam, when so many people were sent there with, I don't think there were any religious overtones to that. They were just ordered, you go, you fight, whatever happens, happens. And
well, Srila Prabhupada said that the government wanted to get rid of the hippies.
They came to Montreal and stayed at McGill University. We had thousands of them.
The draft dodgers, you mean?
And then the CIA showed up and they joined our ham radio club. And the CIA would keep track of these hippies, or they'd monitor them and take pictures and get on the radio and communicate back to the United States.
Wow. Infiltration. Radhi Prabhu, you had your hand up a long time ago. Was there a point you wanted to share, Prabhu?
Oh, it's something I've been thinking about. That is like, like there's so many institutions out there that, they meant to be good or pretend to be good and do good for this world. But then on the closed doors, they do the most evil things, like child abuse, for example, that is very hush-hush amongst many good institutions, let's call it. That cannot be God's arrangement. I've been thinking about it for a very long time. It's like child abuse is not God's arrangement, yet it happens in many institutions that people look up to. So many people pretend to be good and do good and blah, blah, blah. But then on the closed doors, they do many evil things, so, and many people don't even talk about it, like if it's bad. But I think it's bad not to talk about it because it perpetuates the fact that such things happen.
Mm-hmm. Did you have a response to that, Rupanuga Prabhu?
I didn't understand the point.
Oh, he was giving the example of child molestation going on in seemingly good organizations, and that we can understand that that's not being arranged by Krishna. That's evil.
Not everything is, as I said before, not everything is condoned by Krishna. He doesn't interfere with free will. He won't do it. But when you do something to harm, a devotee, but ordinarily, you have to be responsible for what you do. Krishna lets you do it, but you have to take the result of what you do. It can be social laws, but above that, there's always karmic laws. whether a person's caught or not, or whether they get away with whatever they do, they're going to pay because the karma is there.
But it's also our responsibility, if we hear about it, that there's plenty of occasions, because it's very awkward, especially in occasions where there aren't, let's say it's just one person saw something and it's his word against somebody else. But, you know, what are you going to do in situations like that? I mean, a lot of times devotees just kind of, well, I'll just let it drop because I can't prove it. And you look horrible if you're the one that brings it out. It makes it like, wow, you're a, you know, fault finder, or, you know, it can really erupt into something ugly because it's so ugly. But is my contention that even if it is ugly and not proven, it should be, you know, we should err on the side of caution for our responsibility to the children, because it's so rampant right now. I heard of a case recently of a child abuse occurring right in a program, right during a devotee program with people all around. It only lasted for a few seconds, but it was observed and it really happened. So yeah, this is a really good point to discuss, because we all have this responsibility, but we also have to be quiet, and we have to be careful, because you can totally ruin somebody's reputation if you say something, you know. So I guess, Rupanuga, that would be a point. How do you know when something is the truth?
How do you know if something's true?
If you hear a story and it's you know, it's like you couldn't say what, you know, it's really one person's word against another. How does a person determine what's the truth?
Well, that's what courts are for.
But if there isn't enough information, if it's there in the Akasha and there isn't, let's say there isn't enough data to convict, it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
And the courts are corrupt too, especially when it comes to child abuse.
Excellent, yes.
Yes.
What?
The courts are very corrupt, especially when it comes to child abuse. This is
Yeah.
a fact.
Yeah, I just actually pedophilia is starting to be practically accepted
Yep.
as a variegation on sex life.
Yes, yeah, they're going to introduce that as one of the rainbow colors, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
You know, that an animal, whatever, you know, I mean, ugh.
Bestiality.
That's this again, you know, these are the very reasons that the world is going through this turmoil now, especially amongst the grassroots people are suffering so much, because there's a lot of karma that's being paid back. That's what's going on. It's all karma. I mean, the killing fields have been going on for a long time, and the results is coming. It's coming back. Mother Nature is getting back at the offenders. They've been offending her. They've been tearing up Mother Nature and the guise of technology and so-called you know, so many. Because there's a lot of karma. There's so much sin going on at every level. You know, all 7 mothers are being offended. It's just it's consistent. It's so much more complex than we realize, because we've been living with it for so long, and we get a little used to it. But when the karma starts coming back, we have to be able to explain that to ourselves and others according to Shastra. You can't defy the laws of nature. You can do it, but you can't get away with it. You can't defy Lord Krishna's laws he gives in Bhagavad Gita. You can get away with it apparently, but not karma. There's no way to get away from the karma. You see that happening right now in a collective way. People who have gratified their senses illicitly are now having their sense enjoyment reduced, taken away.
They're having the function of their senses taken away? Is that what you're saying?
That when they're having the opportunities for sense gratification taken away.
I see.
What, I'm not sure what you mean by that, because it seems to me like right now people are enjoying it's like the level of material enjoyments. I mean, it's just the karmis that I reach is, it seems to me that they're just trying to go, Bhoga Tiaga is as hard as, as hard, maybe harder than before the pandemic kind of thing. Trying
The
even
government,
harder.
if the government comes out and says you can't have more than 3 or 4 people in your house at one time, that's limitation of sense gratification. If the government says you can't have so many people at a party, that's also a limit. If the government says you can't go to a ball game, or you have to wear a mask 24 hours a day, there's so many limitations being imposed.
But they just try to, replace that with a different kind of sense gratification. So, I mean, I guess a lot of people went back and just got heavily into drugs, or, like, what do they call it when you watch movies like one after another? There's a word for that. But
Serial.
Binge.
yeah, binge. I think
Binge.
that's serial binge on entertainment. So, a lot. And then I don't know how I saw it, but people were like making little balls go down the staircase into a little cup or something, like just don't have any, idea what to do with their time if they're not totally stimulated by the outside. So yeah, I think that's why, it's recommended that devotees at some point in their life, they live in a kutir outside of the village, so that they end up not getting all that kind of interaction and can go more inward. Anyway, I mean, I'm kind of enjoying the time for that.
I was hearing Shiv Baba explain about Buddhism today. That Buddhism means, it means like nirvana. It means like stop, just stop doing everything. That's the idea was, okay, you just stop acting. You just stop moving. Mona, you remain silent instead of talking all nonsense. Just be quiet. So Buddhism was a reduction, just control. Cut back. It's like you take a child is so getting in so much trouble. You put him in the crib. Put him in a little cage. You stop the action first. So nirvana, and nothing. It's all over, finished. You see, that's a way to stop things from going on. Buddha came to stop the cow killing. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, the Vedas say it's okay. Throw out your Vedas. Just stop the cow killing. Just stop it. And then Muhammad came and said, just stop having incest or I'll cut you. That's what Shiv Baba said.
Maybe you heard this class, Rupanuga Prabhu. It was 1966 in New York. Prabhupada was giving example of Buddhism, and he was saying that the mother comes to the doctor with a sick child and says, "Doctor, can you cure my child?" And then the doctor gives the child a lethal shot, and the child leaves its body, and the mother freaks out, like, "What have you done?" He said, "Well, at least he's not in pain anymore. He's not suffering." So he was comparing that to Buddhism. So we've heard a class by Srila Prabhupada, 1970 in Los Angeles, but we actually haven't started reading the verse. So I've got that queued up here, and the first to read is Madhavi, then Anuttama, then Rupanuga. If you'd each like to read a paragraph, and then after Anuttama is Rupa Vilas, and then we'll go. We've got a lot of readers here, so we can read a verse each, maybe. So would you like to start off, Madhavi, chant the Sanskrit, and then Anuttama can read?
Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmai vabud vigyatnataha tatra ko mohaka shoka ekatvam anupashyataha. One who always sees all living entities as spiritual sparks, in quality one with the Lord, becomes a true knower of things. What is there as illusion or anxiety for him?
And some of the key words here are Vijanataha, one who knows, Shoka, anxiety, and Moha, illusion, Ikatvam, of the same quality or oneness, and then Anupashyataha, one who sees through authority, or one who sees constantly like that. Anuttama, would you like to read the first paragraph, please?
Purport. except for the two more advanced devotees described above, no one can correctly see the spiritual position of a living being. The living entities are qualitatively one with the Lord, as sparks of the fire are qualitatively one with the nature of the fire. But sparks are not fire as far as quantity is concerned. The quantity of heat and light present in the fire is not equal to the quantity of heat and light in the sparks. The Mahabhagavata, the great devotee, sees oneness in the sense that everything is the energy of the Supreme Lord. And as there is no difference between the energy and the energetic, there's a sense of oneness. Without heat and light, there is no meaning of fire. And yet heat and light, from the analytical point of view, are different from fire. But in synthesis, heat, light, and fire are all the same one thing.
Thank you. Now Rupanuga and then Rupa Vilas Prabhu.
The Sanskrit words found here, ekatvam anupashyata, mean to see the unity of the living entities from the viewpoint of the revealed scriptures. Every individual spark of the supreme whole has almost 80% of the known qualities of the whole, but they are not as good as the Supreme Lord. These qualities are present in minute quantity, as the living entity is but a minute part and parcel of the supreme whole. This is like the drop of water in the ocean. The quantity of salt present in the drop is never comparable to the quantity of salt present in the complete ocean, but the quality of the salt present in the drop is equal in quality, in chemical composition, with that present in the ocean.
If the individual living being were equal, both in quality and in quantity, then there would be no question of the living entities being submerged by the influence of material energy. It's already been discussed in previous mantras that no living being, even the powerful demigods, can surpass the Supreme Being in any respect. Therefore, ekatvam does not mean that a living being is equal in all respects with the Supreme Lord. It means, in a broader sense, that there is one interest, just as in a family the interest of all the members is one. In a nation, although different individual citizens are there, the national interest is one. Therefore, the living entities being parts and parcels of the same supreme family, the interest of the Supreme Being and that of the parts and parcels is not different. Every living being is the son of the Supreme Being. As it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, all living entities, including birds, reptiles, ants, aquatics, trees, and so on, all over the universe, all are emanations from the marginal potency of the Supreme Lord, and therefore all of them belong to the same family of the Supreme Being. There is no clash of interest in spiritual life.
Just before we continue, I'd just like to suggest if you have a notepad, a pen handy, unless you're a Shrutidar and got a great memory, please take note of any points that you may like to address after. And Rupa Vilas Prabhu, compared to other times you've read, your voice is quite soft compared to it. Would the other? It's got kind of gone from one extreme to the other. I don't know if you're able to bring it up just a little more, but just making a suggestion. So right now we've got Radhi to read next, then Sneha, and then Ananda Dev are the next three. Radhi, Sneha, Garangi, and then Ananda Dev.
Right. The spiritual entities are meant for enjoyment. By nature, by constitution, every living being, both the Supreme Lord and each different part and parcel, is meant for enjoyment eternally. The living beings who are encaged in the material tabernacle are also seeking enjoyment always, but they are seeking their enjoyment on a platform which is not meant for them. Aside from this material world, there is the spiritual platform where the Supreme Being is enjoying with his innumerable associates without any trace of material qualities. That platform is called Nirguna. On the Nirguna platform, there is no clash of enjoyment. Here in the material world, there is always a clash between different individual beings, because here the center of enjoyment is missing. The center of enjoyment is the Supreme Lord, who is the center of the sublime and the spiritual rasa dance. We are all meant for joining him and for enjoying life with one transcendental interest and without any clash. That is the highest platform of spiritual interest. And as soon as such a perfect form of oneness is realized, there can be no question of illusion or lamentation.
Thank you. Sneha Garangi?
Maya or illusion means a godless civilization, the result of which is lamentation. The godless civilization sponsored by the modern politicians is always full of anxieties, and that is the law of nature. No one can surpass this law, as is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Only those who surrender at the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord can overcome the stringent laws of nature. If therefore we wish to get rid of all sorts of illusion and anxiety and create unity of all diverse interests, we must bring God into all our activities.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's because you have a fan on right now, but when you're speaking, Sneha Garangi, there's some distortion in your sound. I don't know if it's because you have the fan going on. Anyway, next it's Ananda Dev, then Chas, then Jivan Mukta Prabhu.
The results of our activities must be used to serve the interest of the Lord and not for any other purpose, because only by serving the interest of the Lord can we feel the Atma Bhuta, interest mentioned here in Sri Isopanisad. This and the Brahma Bhuta interest mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita are one and the same thing. The supreme Atman or soul is the Lord himself, and the minute Atman is the living entity. The supreme Atman or Paramatman alone maintains all the individual minute beings, because the Supreme Lord wants to derive pleasure out of their affection. The Father extends himself by his children and maintains them in order to derive pleasure. If the children of the Father are obedient to his will, family affairs will run smoothly with one interest and a pleasing atmosphere. Exactly the same thing is transcendentally arranged in the Brahman or absolute family of the Param Brahman, the Supreme Spirit.
Thank you. Chas? Jivan Mukta Prabhu? Are you able to read? No? Okay, who's after Jivan Mukta?
Oh, sorry.
It's,
Sorry, I'm driving, so
okay.
it's better for me to listen. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll ask if Mark can read. Mark, are you available to read?
Yes, Hare Krishna. The
Thanks, Prabhu.
Param Brahman is as much a person as the individual entities are. None of them are impersonal. Such transcendental personalities are full of transcendental bliss, knowledge, and life eternal. That is the real position of spiritual existence. And as soon as one is fully cognizant of this transcendental position, he at once surrenders unto the lotus feet of the Supreme Being, Sri Krishna. But such Mahatmas, great souls, are very rarely seen, because such transcendental realization is achieved only after many, many births. Once attained, however, there is no more illusion or distress, no more the misery of material existence, and there is no birth and death as we experience in this present status of our life. That is the information we get from this mantra of Sri Isopanisad.
Thank you very much, Mark Prabhu. Okay, so I just wanted to go back. I have a question for Rupa Nuga Prabhu before everyone else makes their comments or questions. And what stood out for me is how Srila Prabhupada is making reference to um, uh, without any clash. He's talking about how when Krishna is in the center, then there's no clash in our relationships with one another. And so my question is that we see that even in serving with devotees of Krishna over many years, um, there's clashes amongst devotees. Devotees go away, they leave the institution, or one person is asserting their authority over somebody else and saying, "No, this is the way to do the service, not that way. You have to do it this way." So I'm just wondering if you could shed some light, Rupanuga Prabhu, on this concept of clashing. Uh, because everyone will say, well, I love Krishna too. Krishna is in the center of my life. I just want to serve Krishna. Or, the way husbands and wives break up, they would both probably claim, no, I love Krishna. Krishna's in my center.
Okay, I heard Srila Prabhupada say there has to be disagreement because we're individuals.
Right.
There has to be some disagreement. So it's a disagreement. Again, the Srila Prabhupada standard is there. What's the person's position? What is their responsibility? Are they living up to that? Whether it's husband or wife or temple president or anybody, the job or whatever. Individual responsibility goes along with it. But we are individuals. It's amazing how we are all individuals. We don't even look alike, and there's millions and billions of us. And even if you're familiar with animals, you look there, you can see animals also look different. And certainly trees are all different. So it's like so much individuality is there. It's all due to the karma of the individual. While we all look different. Our preferences are different, our tastes are different. In devotional service, someone dresses the deity one way, another person dresses the deity another way. They have their own devotional intentions. It doesn't mean one's wrong, it means that they're different individuals there.
Can you recollect any times going back to your service, direct service with Srila Prabhupada, where he would have to be a kind of conflict resolutionist or umpire referee, where there's a clash between devotees and Prabhupada had to deal with
He
them?
didn't take it seriously. He didn't take it seriously. It's just like two pups in the same litter having a little fight. That's all. He never took those kinds of things. Like we might have taken more seriously, but he didn't take the disagreements seriously. As long as we were doing our service.
I have something along those lines that I just like to ask Rupanuga about because it's kind of related. Because I put this, it's a little different, like when we have disagreements versus somebody has an anartha surface. Let's say there's so many anarthas, there's, stealing or lying or being a gossip or, any of those things come up. Then it seems like within our own lives, that's when we get to choose between Krishna and Maya, because if somebody brings an anartha to our attention, I think it's our natural tendency to not even believe it exists, and at least I've been running into that with other people, so I assume it probably happens with me too. If you point out a real obvious anartha with somebody, then most of the time you get denial of I'm not a liar, or I'm not a child molester, or I'm not a whatever the anartha is. Anyway, I was wondering if you could speak about the difference between anarthas and just disagreements.
No, anartha is a definition. It's a Sanskrit word. It means it's a real thing. It's a real offense. It's not a guesswork. It's anartha is a word describing an offense. So an offense is different than a disagreement or a matter of opinion. And an offense has to be judged according to time and circumstance. Is it an anartha? It's an anartha, but that's what anartha means. Anartha just doesn't mean any old thing. Or I criticize somebody, they criticize me. It doesn't mean it's an anartha. Anartha has to do with devotional service, a performance devotional service with a deity or with other relationships. That's true that you can offend another person.
But you offend people when you mention the anartha. I mean, anybody who gets told, well, we think you stole the
Yeah, but that's not really an anartha. I mean, if a person's offended because you're calling attention to something that should be improved or something that was wrong in relation to another person, and they become offended by that, that's artificial. They're not really offended, but they're acting as if they were offended.
So that means they're not a devotee then, because they're not interested. I mean, I'm just trying to come up with a way to determine who's a devotee, like who should be bothered with. And, with a minor anartha, do you just avoid talking about it? Or if it's a major anartha, do you consider they're not a devotee?
Well, look, in the age of Kali, one of the primary symptoms of being in the age of Kali is to find fault. Now, sometimes there's real faults, and sometimes there's just an imagined fault. But there's a tendency, and there's also a tendency to commit faults. Krishna says in the Gita, to every endeavor, there's some mistake, there's something inadequate. So we're imperfect. We have imperfect senses. That's what it means to be imperfect. And Srila Prabhupada said a corrected fault is first class, an uncorrected fault is 10th class. So that means there has to be faults.
But where is the line when you say that this person, I will not associate with them? When you cut them out of your heart, when you stop, I've had a devotee tell me to stop caring about somebody because they have a horrible anartha, and that has something to do with my disease that I'm going through. So that's why I kind of want the answer to that,
Well, look, what is a real anartha? A real anartha has to be, again, judged by the standard. When you say something is wrong, it has to be compared to what is right. Right. So if there's some anartha, it means that there's an offense being committed to someone or to deity or to Shastra, or you can commit 10 offenses to the holy Dham. There's so many different offenses, you can call them anarthas. Anarthas are being possible, just so many offenses to the holy name. So
but the question is, when do you make that judgment in your heart that this person is no longer a devotee and I'm going to ban them from my life?
You don't make the judgment. The judgment is made by Shastra. It's made by Srila Prabhupada's standards. That's the judgment. The person's whatever behavior there is has to be measured against the proper behavior, the standard which is set by Srila Prabhupada or Shastra. Okay? So you have to compare with that. Otherwise, there's no question of judgment. We can't make, okay, what judgment do we have? Good or bad, it's all bad here. So the only good is what matches with the Lord's desire, what matches with the Lord's plan, what matches with Srila Prabhupada's mission. That's good. See? So there has to be, it's not a matter of opinion, a matter of, speculation. There's a standard, there's a comparison to be made. That's what Shastra does. Shastra is our standard. We compare. How do we know, what's wrong and what's right? Because what Shastra, Srila Prabhupada explains, and Shastra explains in purports, explains by his letters, explains by instructions, what's right and what's wrong.
It's not a question of what's right and what's wrong. My question is, when do we draw the line and ban the person from our lives? And I mean, I'm talking about a specific incident, but let's just say hypothetically, somebody's a thief, but they're also a devotee, and they've been caught stealing. It's, maybe it's not enough to bring it to the courts or something, but is that person obviously the person, if they're a thief, they should be kept from things that might tempt them, but should they be banned from the devotee association?
Look, you have a right to associate with whatever person you like. Birds of a feather flock together. So if you naturally, there's devotees at different levels, Kanishta, Vajram, Uttam, they're always going to associate with each other. They have to have attraction for each other to decide that. And if someone behaves in such a way, you have a right to associate with anyone you wish, or not associate with them.
Madhavi, you had a point that you wanted to share?
Well, yeah, on that same point, I was just reading in this book written by God Sisters from Amakala Dasi. There was a devotee, I'm not sure what his name was, but all the devotees had been telling her that he was blaspheming Prabhupada and committing offenses and not following the principles, so she shouldn't associate with him. But for some reason, she was just felt in her heart to be kind to him. And then one time Prabhupada came and this devotee was there and Prabhupada said to him, "Are you going to cook for me?" And the devotee said to Prabhupada, "Well, he's eating meat, Prabhupada, and making offenses." And Prabhupada said, "That's all right." And so he cooked for Prabhupada and Amakala helped him cook. And I mean, it doesn't really answer your question, but it's just something in the context to food for thought. So the way she took it was that you never know when somebody's going to rectify and come back to Krishna. So we should always be kind to them. That was her feeling about it.
I mean, Jagai and Madai, they were murderers, rapists, drunkards, like the worst of the worst. But somehow or other, they became recipients of Lord Nityananda's mercy.
Yeah.
It was Rishi Kumara was the devotee's name.
We had a devotee, well, actually, we had a theft going on in the temple in Toronto. Somebody was stealing the sweets before they were being offered to the deities. And we couldn't figure who was doing this. So Lakshmi Moni packed some of the sweets with hot pepper. And just before Mangalarti one day, we heard this scream coming from the kitchen from the guilty party who couldn't hide his guilt. And at that point, everyone said, "Okay, don't do it again, da-da-da." And life went on as normal and it never happened again. And that devotee was never restricted for any further service in any way. I think it gave us all a lesson too that
I'll give another example. Some devotees are walking with a particular devotee. I think she was a Mataji, and they thought something was wrong with her chant. The way she was chanting, there was something wrong with her chanting. But then when Srila Prabhupada was walking with them, he said to her, "Oh, that's very nice chanting." And so after that, they never said a word. We're not perfect, we can make so many misjudgments, but in devotional service, we can't hold this against each other, our imperfections, or we couldn't work together. I mean, this movement is such a movement that people from all walks of life and all beginnings, they can somehow work together with Srila Prabhupada's guidance at his lotus feet. It worked somehow. I mean, I met people I would never have met in my life ordinarily. And yet I worked with them, and yet, we were working for the cause, for Srila Prabhupada. And so the differences, they were like insignificant. In fact, we looked at each other as helpers, as fellow servants, that from that point of view, overlook the differences.
Anutama, are you playing the evening Shanai tape over at your place? Because there's some music that keeps filtering in.
No, it's not my music, but I need to mute because I do have birds that occasionally pipe up.
No, I'm only asking because you're one of the few that's not muted. So I was just inquiring. I have a commentary here that our godbrother Banu Swami did of this Isopanisad verse from different acharyas. And Madhvacharya, the head of our Sampradaya, he translated this verse in this way: the Paramatma within whom all living beings reside, Yasmin Sarvani Bhutani, has always existed within all living beings. For one who sees Paramatma as one in all beings and attains him, what delusion can exist? And the commentary is by Madhvacharya is that the Paramatma, which in whom all living beings reside, has always existed in all living beings. Tatra. For one who knows Paramatma is one in all beings, what delusion can exist? And from the Shastra Pipalada Shaka, it says that the Paramatma in whom all beings exist pervades all beings. For the knowing person who sees Vishnu everywhere, what delusion or lamentation can exist since he attains Vishnu? In addition to the fact that the knower of the Lord becomes fearless, as stated in the previous verse, this verse adds that he becomes free of lamentation and illusion. The repetition in the two verses is to emphasize the Lord's all-pervading nature. And in the commentary on this verse by Vedanta Deshika, who is a disciple of Sri Ramanujacharya, the translation is given, what lamentation or illusion can exist for that person who sees the Lord pervading everything, who at the time of meditation realizes all beings as parts of the Lord? And in the commentary, it states, confirming how the Lord is the soul of everything by stating the identity of Brahman with everything, the teacher now shows how seeing Brahman destroys illusion and lamentation. At the time of meditation, for the person who knows this independent entity through considering the scriptures as taught by the Guru, there is a perception that Paramatma alone has all other entities as its attributes, sarva vishishta. That is the meaning of saying all entities are the Atma. Identity of Atma, or the Lord, with everything is similar to the relation of the soul to the body, being the prime factor in the body.
Hey, can you just read the verse? I mean, this is all purport. Purport's always going to be different. But what's the point? The verse is so much different than what Srila Prabhupada does? Or I'm quite understand, because whatever you've read there seems to be covered pretty much.
Yeah.
This one says is that one sees all living entities as spiritual sparks in quality one with the Lord.
Right.
I mean, that covers in quality one with the Lord, which also means not quantity, but quality. Becomes a true knower of things.
Yes.
So what is there an illusion and anxiety for him? I mean, that's pretty concise.
It is. And such a person suffers no lamentation, shoka, from the death of a son or the loss of a kingdom, because
That's
he's
called illusion. See, no, there's no illusion or anxiety for him. That illusion, that covers all of that.
It does.
So everything Srila Prabhupada gives us is perfect. We won't find anything. We won't find anything. In fact, the problem is looking at other verses and other previous acharyas. I mentioned this many times. Is that reading previous acharyas is like jumping over to a previous acharya. If we see some difference, it causes confusion in our spiritual life. If we see someone who's supposed to be, no, I say not supposed to, but is another acharya, previous acharya, like say Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and he has a different translation that we don't understand when we compare it with Srila Prabhupada, that gives us a problem, which shouldn't be there. I'm not saying we shouldn't at all ever go, but I'm saying there's a risk. If we don't understand the depth and the meaning of the Srila Prabhupada's verse, then we might have difficulty understanding the previous acharya's verse. So that's why he said, there's no need to consult any other books. Everything we have is in our books, because he knew there was a risk.
But then somebody sent me several, I can go look it up right now, several, at least a couple of quotes from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, where Srila Prabhupada is telling us to read the Chaitanya Bhagavat. Prabhupada never translated Chaitanya Bhagavat, and making reference to other books by acharyas, that these books should be consulted with. So I'm not trying to challenge you, but I'm just saying these are, because you've made this point in the past, other devotees have sent me other quotations by Prabhupada encouraging us to read the books of the various acharyas.
Yes, and the problem is that Srila Prabhupada wanted to. He had a list. He couldn't get to it. And he also said, someone asked Srila Prabhupada, can we translate the works of previous acharyas and publish them as part of BBT? And Srila Prabhupada said, yes. He said, but that takes, one has to be very realized to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So my humble opinion is that one has to be pretty well realized in Srila Prabhupada's books before he consults some others. Because if he isn't, he's going to find some difference. And there is no difference. The Parampara system teaches the same thing from Krishna to the present time. It's a question of time and circumstance and a question of language. Bhaktivinoda Thakur was preaching to a different world than Srila Prabhupada. And Bhaktisiddhanta, they were both preaching in India, which compared to the rest of the world is a different world. And Srila Prabhupada had to come out of India to bring the same knowledge and yet preach it in such a way that it could be understood without changing the meaning. That's a big thing. And so for us to go to previous acharyas, we better know the basics pretty well. We better know what Srila Prabhupada's taught us before we start consulting other, not even consulting, I don't know for what reason, maybe recreational reason or whatever, to go to a previous acharya. Otherwise, Srila Prabhupada would call it jumping over to the previous acharya and neglecting the present acharya. And that neglect means you don't know the present acharya enough to go study anyone else. And he said, whatever you need to know about my Guru Maharaj, I have told you. You cannot learn these things by reading some books. You have to learn through me. What did he mean? He meant that you have to understand what I'm saying first. And you'll see that I'm saying nothing different than my Guru Maharaj. In fact, if you do read some of the things that Srila Prabhupada gave us, that his Guru Maharaj said, you'll see there is no difference whatsoever. It's just a question of language. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur's language is so lofty. Srila Prabhupada said, I couldn't understand it. It was so lofty. He was speaking such a lofty. I love to hear him. So you read Brahma Samhita. And just read Brahma Samhita and see how much you can understand. But there's nothing in there that Srila Prabhupada didn't teach us. But it's very difficult to understand Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur's language. But for those days, listen, Srila Prabhupada had a classic education. We don't even know what that means anymore, practically. I saw an interview where some college students were asked, what's the name of the continent that we live on? They couldn't answer the question. Can you give three countries in South America? Couldn't answer that question. So, but Srila Prabhupada went to school, Scottish Church's College. He got a classic education. They studied Shakespeare. They studied the British poets. They studied the Greeks. Nothing like they call education today. And when Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur was preaching, he was preaching to very, very educated persons. He preached, there's a whole series of lectures where he meets with ministers and governors and politicians from other countries who are very well educated. And he speaks with them and talks with them and also enlightens them and defeats their misconceptions. So my point I'm making in essence is, no problem. Srila Prabhupada authorized these books. Of course, we have to understand this. Who translated these books? Because both these books were not written in English.
Right.
They were written in Bengali, they were written in Sanskrit, and they were translated by persons. Who translated them? And when were they translated? It's like Srila Prabhupada said, anything published by the Gaudiya Math after 1936 is to be avoided.
Right. I'd like to pull up a paragraph here, and I'd like to hear your comment on this. This is Adi Leela, chapter 8, verse 31. In the beginning, one should very regularly chant Sri Gaura Sundar's holy name and then chant the holy name of Lord Nityananda. Thus one's heart will be cleansed of impure desires for material enjoyment. Then one can approach Vrindavan Dham to worship Lord Krishna. Unless one is favored by Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda, there is no need to go to Vrindavan, for unless one's mind is purified, he cannot see Vrindavan even if he goes there. Here's the line now. Actually, going to Vrindavan involves taking shelter of the six Goswamis by reading the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Vidagdha Madhava, Lalita Madhava, and the other books that they have given. In this way, one can understand the trans-loving affairs between Radha and Krishna. Kabe Hama Bhujaba Seyugala Pirti. The conjugal love between Radha and Krishna is not an ordinary human affair. It's fully transcendental. In order to understand Radha and Krishna, worship them, and engage in their loving service, one must be guided by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
What's your point?
Well, here, one devotee has presented to me, Rupanuga Prabhu seems to be paranoid about reading books of other acharyas, but here we see Prabhupada saying that actually going to Vrindavan means taking shelter of the six Goswamis by reading these books, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which I've heard right now our godbrother Mukunda Datta has translated, although Bhanu Swami did, but when I asked Vaisheshika Prabhu about it, he said that, there were some errors in there that needed to be corrected. So Mukunda Datta is now translating Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And
Okay,
then
let me define my paranoia, okay? I tried to do that earlier.
Okay.
I'm defining my paranoia. My paranoia is that someone who doesn't understand Srila Prabhupada's books and goes to read the translations of previous acharyas can find a mistake or be disturbed by what he thinks to be a contradiction. That's my paranoia.
Right.
Because Srila Prabhupada if he had time, he was going to translate these books. He warned us that you have to know, like he said, and I'm saying, you have to know who translated it, what was the original language. Like Bhaktisiddhanta wrote certain things in English, but he wrote certain things in Sanskrit and Bengali. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he didn't really write in English, did he? Mostly Bengali. So
right.
If one wants to go, one has to understand the translator, who it is, and then if he sees anything that's really a contradiction with what he's learned from Srila Prabhupada, if that's his perception, that contradiction should be rejected, because Srila Prabhupada is our authority. He makes up for the fact that we didn't have a chance to study under those previous acharyas, that we understand we are studying under him, and he has summarized all the highest, the most important statements of the previous acharyas. He quotes them many, many times in many purports.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not paranoid if I say I'm not telling anybody don't read those, but you better be qualified to do that.
Right.
And you're not qualified if you don't know what Srila Prabhupada says about that. And if you find something there that you never heard before from Srila Prabhupada, that means you don't know his books, because it's all there, every bit of it that's needed, required for this age, for the next 2,500 years, for the next 9,500 years, Srila Prabhupada's books are written. That's pretty authoritative, isn't it?
Of course.
So does he say that you can also, for the next 9,500 years, everyone, yes, he talks about reading those previous books, but anybody who reads books about the other acharyas better know Srila Prabhupada's books first.
Sure.
That's my standard, okay? There's nothing paranoid about that.
Right. But a lot of devotees, they do have faith in Bhanu Swami. They think he's a paka practicing sannyasi, and he has a great command of...
I have no problem with that. If I were to read something he translated or read, I'd be looking through Srila Prabhupada's vision. I'd be looking through what I learned from Srila Prabhupada.
Right.
And therefore, I see something that's off, I'll say something. Just like when I asked Pradyumna, because he's a Sanskrit scholar, trained by Srila Prabhupada personally, right?
Right.
Trained in Bengali, trained in Sanskrit. Pradyumna was a genius. So when I got a hold of a book translated with some Sanskrit in it by another devotee, and I asked him, "Did you read this book?" He said, "Yes." I looked at the first volume. I said, "What did you think?" He said, "There were many mistakes."
Wow.
Okay, he said there were many mistakes. Am I going to say that he's wrong? Am I going to say that a person trained by Srila Prabhupada, he called him Panditji? He called him Panditji. He made him a Brahmin, a Paka Brahmin. So he's a Sanskrit scholar. And if he says there's something mistake there by another god brother, I take that as fact. Because I'm not a Sanskrit scholar.
Here's one other example. In 8 Adilila 8:36, Srila Prabhupada is saying here, another difficulty in understanding Srimad Bhagavatam is that the professional reciters have introduced Bhagavat Saptaha, 7-day readings of the Bhagavatam. They need to finish Srimad Bhagavatam in a week, although it is so sublime that even one verse of Srimad Bhagavatam, if properly explained, cannot be completed in 3 months. Under these circumstances, he says, it is a great aid for the common man to read Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur's Chaitanya Bhagavat, for thus he can actually understand devotional service, Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, devotional service to the Lord that ignores the authorized Vedic scriptures, the Upanishads, Puranas, Narada, Pancharatra, is simply an unnecessary disturbance in society. So I just wanted to add that our godbrother Bhumipati, I mean, I don't know if you'll remember, I still have a copy of it. I have an early translation of Chaitanya Bhagavat by Achyutananda Prabhu, but more recently, Bhumipati took Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's translation, and he translated the whole thing. Our godbrother Pundarik Vidyanidhi, who I think is in Alachua there with you, he helped to publish this between the two of them. So, should we not have faith in Bhumipati Prabhu because he translated Bhaktisiddhanta's Chaitanya Bhagavat? I'm just trying to understand. Because Prabhupada didn't do it himself. Is there any problem with reading it?
Yeah, it's a problem for me. My problem is I don't need any other books. I'm sorry. I'm a fanatic.
No, you don't have to apologize. It's interesting.
I'm apologizing that I don't have any personal need to consult any of the literatures that Srila Prabhupada has written as authority.
Even though Prabhupada is here saying it would benefit any man to read Chaitanya Bhagavat.
Of course he says that. In fact, he was going to do it himself. Of course.
Right.
When he's talking about a general concept about all these shastras. All these shastras are beneficial. But how do you, all these shastras, but you have to know, we can know one thing about Srila Prabhupada, is that he's a Dhammadhikari, and that he doesn't make mistakes when he translates and when he writes purports. We know that for sure. You see? So for a weak-minded person like myself, I like to take shelter in that knowledge. I'm having enough trouble reading Srila Prabhupada's books. I'm having enough trouble finishing reading Srila Prabhupada's books. He says this here, but one of his books, he was talking about Bhaktisiddhanta gave a lecture on 3 months for one verse.
Right.
So Srila Prabhupada's books, I mean, they're so important. They're so timely. They're so perfectly applied to the present time. For me, that's enough.
Wonderful. Jivan Mukta Prabhu, we haven't heard anything from you. Do you have anything you'd like to add? I know you'll agree with Rupanuga Prabhu 108%. Jivan Mukta, are you able to talk?
Yes, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. Prabhupada's books can, include every aspect of all of the Acharya's books. He's given us everything. I mean, you could get into, the expanded pastimes of Lord Krishna and Radharani, but everything's there in Prabhupada's books in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Nectar of Devotion. Prabhupada translated Nectar of Devotion already. I don't understand why we need another translation anyway. I don't understand why we need Bhanu Swami's Nectar of Devotion. Prabhupada already did it.
Well, some would say that the Nectar of Devotion is a summary of the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. It's not verse by verse. It's not every Sanskrit verse given. It's.
Oh boy. Well, I would rather.
How do you know that? You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know which verses Srila Prabhupada translated for that book. He picked the ones. He picked the right ones.
Right.
Because why? Because why? Why did Srila Prabhupada pick the right ones? How could he? Because Krishna helped him.
Right.
Because Krishna knew he had to pick the right ones to convince us, me, you, and everybody watching. Krishna knew the Srila Prabhupada's mission was to convince us with his version of the Bhakti Rasamrita, the science of Bhakti Yoga. Science.
I'd like to add just that as well, that I certainly don't want to impugn, any devotees who are wanting to read these books. I don't want to impugn them, their motives. But I think if we actually reading Prabhupada's books in the proper frame of mind, I mean, they are so unbelievably, powerful that we really just want to keep mining the nectar, the jewels that are in Prabhupada's books. And if we're not, then our mind is telling us, oh, there's something more here, there's something more there, there's something more here. But if we're getting that in Prabhupada's books, which it is there, it's there. It's simply a matter of properly approaching and reading, studying Prabhupada's books, allowing Prabhupada to actually, his ecstasies to actually kind of wash over our minds. If we actually allow that to happen, then we really won't be seeking anything else. It's all there.
He called these translations my personal ecstasies. Now, what more could you want?
I know, exactly my point. Exactly my point.
And I'm saying that anyone who understands your Papa's books is satisfied. You're satisfied. So what's the point? I believe that going to other books and other authorities is a symptom of dissatisfaction with Srila Prabhupada's books. Because I believe that Srila Prabhupada's books are completely satisfying. For everything we need to know to go back to Godhead.
Not only are they satisfying,
Go ahead.
Sorry, not only are they satisfying to us individually and to us, regardless of our level of spiritual realization, but I think they're extremely, extremely important for how to successfully preach in this Kali Yuga environment. Prabhupada is expert. Lord Krishna has directed him personally and how to best preach. And Prabhupada's books equip us with the means, with the processes, with the methods of taking down, for example, the Mayavadis. Prabhupada's books teach us how to do that, how to argue it. Prabhupada's books not only are there for those who want to experience the ecstasy of Bhakti Yoga and Krishna consciousness, but it's also an ABCs on how to preach to those who are, covered by the material energy, how to preach to the Mayavadis, the impersonalists.
I'll make a challenge here. I challenge anyone who's reading other books that Srila Prabhupada mentioned should be read to tell me that they've learned something new, that they learned something better or better explained than any other place in Srila Prabhupada's books, and I'll find a place in Srila Prabhupada's books to match it.
Hare Krishna. That's exactly.
I challenge anybody on this planet who's watching this video that if you think that you have learned some knowledge from some other source that you couldn't have or didn't learn from Srila Prabhupada, let me know what that is. And I will show you where Srila Prabhupada teaches that. I challenge it. Let anybody step forward with this. I'm tired of listening to this because everyone says, well, Rupanuga is paranoid. Rupanuga is not paranoid. Rupanuga is convinced to the core of his heart that everything we need is in Srila Prabhupada's books, and I can prove it because no one will come forward and show me anything. They may say, well, Srila Prabhupada didn't cover this rasa, or he didn't cover this particular incident. They may say something like that. I'm not going to argue that point.
Right.
I'm talking about the substance, the essence.
No, that cannot be disputed.
I think another important,
listen, therefore, since this movement is based upon Srila Prabhupada's books and not other books, he was very humble. He would say, yes, you can read these other books. He didn't want to say, only my book. But fact of the matter is that people out there are not going to be reading these other books. We're going to be distributing Srila Prabhupada's books. And we have to know what's in those books and be able to explain those books for the next 9,500 years. That's what they're for. He didn't say that this book, these are all the law books for the next 9,500 years. He didn't say that. Why could he make such a statement that his books, because his books contain the essence of the parampara.
Right.
All of them. Therefore, he was designated to bring the knowledge outside of India personally, because he knew how to do it. Because Krishna inspired him how to do it. So he's the modern representative of the whole parampara system all the way back to Krishna himself. So to me, that is a tremendous position, a tremendous responsibility. And for a disciple of a personality like that, it behooves that disciple to understand the contribution Srila Prabhupada has made. It's unique. Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur and Bhaktivinoda Thakur's books were not intended for the next 9,500 years, but the knowledge in those books was intended because it's all included in Srila Prabhupada's, in the way he presents it so perfectly that his English versions can be translated into any language properly. People have enough trouble following according to the principles, what to speak of understanding Srila Prabhupada's books.
I'm curious about what you think about the Bangalore cartoons that have pastimes that are not in the Krishna book. I'm just curious what you think about that. Are you aware of them?
No.
You don't know about the cartoons?
I don't know about what you're talking about.
They did some Krishna's, the legendary warrior, really well animated Krishna's pastimes.
Animated?
And they're animated, but it's like the computer animation, so it's not like it's not like the animation that was around when Prabhupada was there. So, a lot of devotees would argue that Prabhupada wouldn't. You haven't seen those cartoons?
The cartoons?
Yeah.
Srila Prabhupada didn't like cartoons.
I know, but these are different though. But they include some pastimes that aren't in the Krishna.
They're really different. They're technologically more perfect than the cartoons of Srila Prabhupada's time. He said at that time they were saying Krishna's a cartoon. The cartoons is not a method to present Krishna conscious philosophy. It's not a modem. It's not a proper way.
It's not a medium.
It's not a medium. This is not a medium to present Krishna conscious philosophy, not through animation.
But yet in the old BTGs, we see that there was, you could call them a cartoon, right? By the early artists?
No, these were not cartoons. Listen, they were not cartoons. Those paintings were meditations. That when I look at them, I can't believe it. How a human being could put that in print, in painting.
That wasn't what I'm making reference to.
Srila Prabhupada was there, and he was training them how to paint, how to depict spiritual bodies.
Yeah, I wasn't making reference to the paintings. There's actually, the story of Daksha's sacrifice, and then it shows through 20 pen and ink drawings, how that whole pastime unfolded in the very early.
Let me give you an example. One devotee, BBT artist, his name was Parikit. He presented a whole year's work to Srila Prabhupada depicting pastimes of Chaitanya Charitamrita. He rejected every one of them.
Wow.
One by one, he said, this is not the right conception. This is not the right conception. This is not the right conception. He went through the whole thing, didn't accept a one of them.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay, so there's a conception that has to be there. That's why Srila Prabhupada didn't like the proposal to update the old paintings in the Krishna book, substitute them or touch them up. The same artists proposed. We can touch them up, be a little bit more technical, correct. Srila Prabhupada wouldn't have it.
Wow. They got
Bhakti was there.
Yeah.
The Bhakti was there. Those early paintings of Jodharani, I mean, those paintings are not by any means technically comparable to other artists, but they don't have the bhakti that she had, and she put it into the whole painting, and Srila Prabhupada loved it. He refused to have it changed.
And they got rid of all 44 paintings and replaced them with 13 new. But I just want to go back to support the point that you and Jivan Mukta just made. I remember this quote by Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada says in his purport to text 118 of chapter 22 in the Madhya Lila, in our Krishna consciousness movement, we have therefore limited our study of Vedic literatures to Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. These 4 works are sufficient for preaching purposes. They are adequate for the understanding of the philosophy and the spreading of missionary activities all over the world. There you go.
Are you going to say that there's a contradiction between what Srila Prabhupada just said and what he said about other books? There's no contradiction. He's making a statement here, a general statement that's applicable to all of us. And maybe amongst many devotees, there's some devotees who would benefit or require to have their satisfaction or curiosity satisfied or whatever. But he's saying these 4 books that I've written and we've all published are sufficient. He doesn't say you can add to this if you like, or you can really make clinch it. You can really clinch it by reading this book or that book. No, he saves us the trouble and saying this is more than enough. Actually, there's nobody on this Zoom here who can say they know all of Srila Prabhupada's books. Some of us haven't even read them all. I remember talking to a guru, in Vrindavan, who told me he hadn't read past the 6th canto. And he did it in a bragging way.
He was proud that he had not read past the 6th
He
canto.
said, I have not read past the 6th canto. Like that. I haven't read past 6th canto. I was shocked. I thought everybody read them when they came out. And he fell down hard later. Because in the 6th canto, it's not 6th, it's 3rd canto. He hadn't read past the 3rd canto. And it says in the 3rd canto itself that anyone who's still performing illicit sex life cannot understand past the 3rd canto. So our shelter, our real shelter, is in Srila Prabhupada Vani more than ever, because Srila Prabhupada Vapu is not here. But he's put everything into his Vani, into his instruction. It's just as much he's in those books as he was personally in front of us. We have to realize that. The Srila Prabhupada, I can say it again, he never went anywhere. He just changed his form from Vapu to Vani, from physical in front of us to instruction form. And there's no difference. In fact, the instruction form is far more powerful because there's millions of them. Now, is that paranoid?
Not at all. Can I quote you on this on Facebook? Srila Prabhupada never went anywhere. He just changed his form from Vapu to Vani. Is that all right with you?
It's the truth, isn't it?
Of course it is.
Because he always had the Vani form. He always had the Vani form, but now the Vapu form is gone. Everything's in the Vani form. Everything, even more, because that's what's left. That's his form. That's a form he left us. And he's in the deity form. He's in the painting form. He's in the Shastra. He's in the chanting form. If you want to hear the love of God, listen to Srila Prabhupada's sound, the love of God. He left that for us to hear the love of God. And he's the most photographed personality in history. There's no one has been more photographed than Srila Prabhupada. So he gave us all these thousands of pictures. He gave us so many books. As I said the other day, I've got 7 volumes of lectures, 7 volumes, 600 pages each of lectures Srila Prabhupada gave on the Bhagavad Gita, which makes the Bhagavad Gita 4,000 or 5,000 pages long.
Nahush Prabhu is bringing a question. I actually wanted to try to end by 9 o'clock, and he's bringing a question that could take a whole other hour. I wish you would come earlier, Nahush Prabhu. It's a very important question. I'm going to go and do other things. I can leave this running if.
Well, what's the question? Maybe we can answer.
Okay, if I may ask a question, how does one find a guru in these days with various opinions and viewpoints about what and who is a bona fide guru? Ritvik, background history of some gurus, the recent acceptance of institutionally imposed V's, etc. How can one find a bona fide one? Please forgive me if it's too much of a topic for our time tonight.
It's not. It can be answered in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Read Srila Prabhupada's books, compare the person or personality or whatever with what Srila Prabhupada says and purports the verses, and make a decision. If that person is a transparent meaning for Srila Prabhupada and not claiming to be Uttama Adhikari, but claiming to be a transparent meaning for Srila Prabhupada, it really is, and you sit down before that person for a year and you let him prove it, the whole thing is just compare the standard, compare with the standard. And if the person doesn't match, find it out. If you don't make the comparison, and how are you going to know? How are you going to know? Where are you going to find out? Who's going to tell you? It's not a question of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It's a question of who's the transparent medium for Srila Prabhupada. Which one appeals to you as a transparent medium for Srila Prabhupada more than anybody else? That's your guru.
Ananda Dev has raised his hand. He would like to ask a question or make a point. Go ahead, Prabhu.
Yes. Just to answer Nahush's questions. There are about 5 main qualifications for to become guru. They have to, 3 of them have to do with what they call Brahmanishtam. What do you call it? They have to have let me think. I don't know why the word. Like there's 3 qualities of a Brahmin. They're born in a Brahminical family. They are dedicate their life to reading, to understanding bhakti, to like to the point of mastering it, and then also their life is dedicated to it, and then they have to be in a unbroken chain of disciplic succession.
You're quoting a verse, I think. Okay,
so what's the point? So, yes, but Lord Chaitanya says, anyone, whoever he is, who knows the science, is accepted as guru. Could be a Shudra. Doesn't have to be a Brahmin. Could be a Vaishya. Could be anyone who knows the science of God, knows the science of Krishna consciousness. That's the first thing he said. That's not right. That's not right. As far as the other qualifications,
I disagree.
well, look,
Excuse
you
me.
don't, look, it's.
I have a book that has described from Shastra every point. It's called Guru Nirnaya Deepika. And it's written by my Guru Dev. He's provided from Shastra so many different points of what are the qualifications of Guru. And the main thing is being a Shrotriyam Brahmanishtam. You know,
Okay,
that's
look,
somebody who wants to actually have their spot reserved in the spiritual world. That's the person that you want to follow. You know, you were speaking previously about that there should be a personality to translate the Vedanta Sutra and finish the Srimad Bhagavatam. That's what my Guru Dev has done. He's, you know, excuse me, but I'm getting a
listen,
little bit,
Babu, I'm not
excited. But look, you
I'm
know,
not
reading the
I'm
Vedanta
not
Sutra has not
criticizing
been
the Guru.
translated.
I'm not criticizing the Guru. I'm simply repeating what Srila Prabhupada says, Lord Chaitanya said. To anyone who knows the science of Krishna consciousness can be Guru.
They can serve as Guru, but it's not this. It's not the same as, you know, somebody like Srila Prabhupada. You know, it's whatever is available. You know, person they only have a certain personalities that they can take shelter of. That's just what their fortune is.
That's
But
a
if
question
based on a
choice.
previous karmic fortune, if somebody is going through many lifetimes, thousands of lifetimes of pious activity, that gives them the vision to be able to see who is Guru and who is not Guru. It's based on karmic fortune.
You know, you can cite as much Shastra as you like, but when it comes to qualifications, we have to listen to what Srila Prabhupada said. That's the blessing of Lord Chaitanya's movement. That's why it wasn't contained in India. That's why it came out for the rest of the world. And that's why Srila Prabhupada wanted those devotees who collected from Lacha and Yavin families. He told them, you, at least you have Madhyamadakari, platform of purity, you can accept disciples. Okay, it's in his books. You know, a Madhyamadakari can accept disciples from the Kanishta and the non-devotee class. So we have to look at what Srila Prabhupada gives us as our guidelines. First of all, to know the science of Krishna, some of the things you described has to be there. But that's the conclusion. The one who knows the science of Krishna, he can be Guru. It doesn't matter his Varna as ashram. Now that's pretty heavy because Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught spiritual brotherhood. He defied caste consciousness for the cause of spiritual brotherhood. And when Srila Prabhupada came out of India, he came out to a world that had no spiritual qualification whatsoever, had no history of spiritual history to speak of. So Lord Chaitanya's mercy overcomes all of these things. It's his mercy is intended for the whole planet. It doesn't require any special qualifications, except one. Humility to accept a bona fide spiritual master and to become a learner of the science oneself. You know, when he gave his first rules, the first thing to do is neglect association with non-devotees. The other thing was no speculation. So he gave guidelines for all devotees. But he said that anyone can become guru. And not that every guru is the same. I mean, even there's a hierarchy in the spiritual plane, just like Arjuna is higher than Prahlad and Uddhava is higher than Arjuna. What does that mean? It's not the kind of high and low we see. It's from Krishna's point of view. That's absolute. Does it make sense to say that Mother Radharani is more important than Mother Jasoda? But we have built in these kinds of discriminations that we make, high and low and left and right, so on. Duality. We live in a world of duality. But Srila Prabhupada cuts through dualities when he says anyone who knows the science of Krishna consciousness, he can be guru. But that also includes his character. That's not, he has no character. It's all knowing the science. You have to know how to live it.
I think Prabhupada made it easy by just accepting him and his Vani as your guide, and that's it. Don't have to speculate who's qualified, who's not. You don't have to go through the pain and suffering of finding these charlatans in the guise of so-called gurus. You don't have to be cheated. Prabhupada's here for the next 10,000 years in his Vani form. Bas.
And anyone who is claiming to be a spiritual master has to tell you that. Has to tell you, I'm Srila Prabhupada's servant. He's my master. Srila Prabhupada. I'm his servant. I'm the servant of the servant of the servant. Anybody who claims to be a spiritual master. Spiritual master doesn't canvass for himself. He canvasses for the parampara. These days, anybody who's canvassing should be canvassing for Srila Prabhupada because his main business is to link anybody to Srila Prabhupada because you have to go through Srila Prabhupada to get anywhere. You have to go through Srila Prabhupada to get to the six Goswamis. You got to go through the six Goswamis to get to Nityananda Prabhu. You got to go through Nityananda Prabhu to get to Mother Radharani. You can't avoid going through Srila Prabhupada. There's no way. You can't go around him. You can't say this book's as good as his books. No. That should not be taught by anybody. We don't understand. Srila Prabhupada is the world Acharya. He's the Sampradaya Acharya. The current Sampradaya Acharya, Srila Prabhupada, is the world Acharya because the Acharya, the current Sampradaya Acharya in our line, the Gaudiya Vaishnava line, is the Acharya for everybody, including all the other Vaishnavas, because in our line, the highest possible knowledge taught by the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, Atinta Veda Veda Tattva, and all that goes with it, is taught thoroughly. So we're talking about the creme de la creme, just like the Bhagavatam's the cream of the Shastra. Srila Prabhupada's books are the cream. Especially because they're intended for the rest of the Golden Age. The Golden Age is protected, perpetuated, propagated in Srila Prabhupada's books. Purely, complete. And there's no better representation of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu than Srila Prabhupada himself. He's the embodiment of Lord Chaitanya's missionary spirit. So there's no argument. Anybody who claims to compare himself with Srila Prabhupada is cheating you. Anybody who claims to be equal with Srila Prabhupada is a cheat.
So,
I'm sorry.
first, I just want to offer an apology for if I, caused any offense, because I kind of got a little bit excited there, because just it's a real powerful topic. But
I don't see.
yeah,
There's no controversy about this topic. There's just no. The problem is there's a controversy because it's been allowed to become a controversy. It wasn't a controversy when Srila Prabhupada was here, and it shouldn't be a controversy that he's not physically present. There's no difference. He was the world Acharya in 1966, and he's the world Acharya today, tomorrow, the next day. It's just he is the leader. He's the leading preacher of the Sankirtan movement.
Now, Hush Prabhu has said, thank you very much, Rupa Nuga Prabhu, my dandavats to you. I'll dive into Srila Prabhupada's books every day.
That.
That was Nahush, the one that asked this question about how can I know who my guru is, with so much confusion that's being created today between, gurus advertising.
There's no
You just have
confusion.
to tell them that Prabhupada's their guru. Prabhupada's their guru. Finish. That's it. There's no, all these young devotees get so worked up about who's my guru, how do I find my guru? My goodness, Prabhupada's there. Prabhupada's here.
That's never been done in history. You have to have somebody there giving instructions. Like Narada Muni gave instructions to Dhruva Maharaj, and he gave instructions to Mrigari, 2 different instructions, yet they both achieved self-realization. So it's very important to have somebody personality there. And only person who's fortunate to go through many lifetimes of pious activity will be able to recognize their guru, a real guru, not just somebody who's false claiming all this, just on some booze.
Well, anyway, we can go on with this madness. We can go on with this whole
I just want to say that real quick. Let that be known.
You're interrupting each other. You're not listening to each other. You're both cutting into each other.
All right. I just want to let that be known, and I'll just leave it at that. If a person's fortunate enough, they'll do their due diligence, and they'll find out. That's that. Period. But
they're fortunate
pardon me,
enough.
For me personally, I'm not qualified at all to be even representing Bhagavad Dharma Samaj or the spirit of ISKCON, but I just take from what the acharyas are saying. That's it. Leave it at that.
The Acharya Srila Prabhupada.
Acharya is a chain of disciplic succession, and the acharyas are non-different from one another.
As the bona fide, he is that. I'm not going to argue about it. Whatever. You can just go. People could go on with this merry-go-rounds trying to.
Let me make a comment Srila Prabhupada made. Srila Prabhupada said.
Prabhupada's there.
Srila Prabhupada said, the spiritual master is not a particular person. It's a truth. And Srila Prabhupada, he's no question about it. He's the embodiment of the truth.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. There's no doubt about his character. There's no doubt about his teaching. There's no doubt about that he is the truth.
Agreed.
No one can deny that. I don't care who their spiritual master is. It doesn't matter. They'll all have to agree that Srila Prabhupada is the embodiment of the truth of the absolute.
I think what I'm hearing being the difference, or the point of contention is that although I think everybody here will agree that Srila Prabhupada is the Acharya, and as Rupa Jivanmukta Prabhu keeps emphasizing, next 9,500 years, yourself as well, Rupa Nuga, but there's no mention that the idea of becoming the disciple of the disciple. It's almost sounding like the Ritvic philosophy, which is no. The only person that's a spiritual master is Srila Prabhupada, and nobody else can be a spiritual master.
That's not their philosophy. Their philosophy is we can initiate you to him directly.
Right.
You cannot take initiation from a previous Acharya in our line. You just don't do that. You don't take initiation from a previous Acharya.
I think that's what Ananda Dev is saying. Is that correct, Ananda Dev?
Yes, that's correct.
That's your point.
They should be non-different from one another.
Right.
In truth, what they're speaking, what they're teaching.
Right. Acharya is one. Acharya is one. Guru is one, just like Krishna is one. God is one. The Acharya is one. Acharya doesn't preach anything different than Krishna, and he doesn't preach anything different than Srila Prabhupada.
Guru
Did
Tattva,
you hear Puri?
the essence of Guru
Puri
Tattva.
Did you hear Puri Maharaj's comment on the Ritvic system that Prabhupada set up?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
No, there's a clip of Puri Maharaj saying how he spoke to Prabhupada about what are you going to do, when you leave. And Prabhupada told him, I've chosen 11. And Puri Maharaj says 11. He says, it's hard enough, to establish one as a bona fide guru. How are you going to have 11 cooperating together as being their own guru? Prabhupada says, well, I've chosen them as Ritvic. And he says, yeah, but Ritvic while you're here, but then when you're gone, they're all going to want to be their own gurus. And Prabhupada said, well, what am I supposed to do? What can I do? What can I do?
What can be done?
What can be done? He said.
I was present when Srila Prabhupada said, they are to be my disciples of my disciples, my grand disciples.
Yeah.
So anyway, the parampara, these are issues that only have been created, but no one's trying to say that anyone's guru is not a guru, bona fide. All I'm saying is the qualification for anyone who claims to be a spiritual master is how much he is a transparent medium for Srila Prabhupada. It's a simple thing. It's simple.
Exactly. So transparent by media, go right to the media. Go right to the to the source. Prabhupada is directly accessible. This is my point. My point is this: Prabhupada is directly accessible to anyone, everywhere, anytime. Now, if you want to go through someone who's transparent, fine. Find someone who's transparent and count your blessings when you do, and wonderful. But if you don't want to have to worry about who's transparent and who's not, we've got the actual source available to you. Why bother with all the anxiety and all the stress and all the risk that you take by finding someone who you think is transparent, who ends up not being transparent down the road, when Prabhupada is already there?
Well, let me make one comment. You may be able to find a person who's a transparent media for Srila Prabhupada, but he's for you, and he's in a localized place. Srila Prabhupada's on the whole planet. He's all over the whole planet right now. He can be approached anywhere on this planet, just about any language. He's right there. You don't have to come. Your guru is located somewhere, but Srila Prabhupada is located all over the planet. In DD form,
Hare Krishna.
in book form, he's in video form, and lectures translated in both in English and lectures in Hindi. He gives many Hindi lectures. So Srila Prabhupada available all over the planet. Why? Because he's the person. He's the person who embodies the Sankirtan movement. He's the person who translated it.
I agree.
So he's available everywhere. So you may have your guru. That's perfectly well. He may be a very straightforward, transparent via media for Srila Prabhupada. There's no question. I'm not questioning that. All I'm saying is Srila Prabhupada is right now at this minute available all over the planet.
Yes.
And one can get the Divya Gyan, one can get the transcendental knowledge through his books. You don't have to have a person in front of you to interpret Srila Prabhupada's books for you. His books are made for persons who are out in the middle of nowhere. His books are out there for everybody. Nobody needs to have somebody else explain what Srila Prabhupada means. If they simply study, they can get help, but it's not that they have to go through somebody else to understand Srila Prabhupada. You see, his books take into account that there's 6 or 7 billion people on this planet. When Srila Prabhupada was here, there were 5 billion, 6 billion, and he only had 4,700 disciples. That's a drop in the, not even a drop in the bucket. 4,700 out of 5 billion people. And look what happened. Even these 4,700 people, they were able to at least reflect some potency around this, to spread this movement. And Srila Prabhupada said, I picked my best men to be GBC. What does that say for the rest of us if the GBC is so defective? During his time, the 70s, they were not. They were working under his thumb. He was in charge of the GBC. They were not independent. They were his arms and legs. Okay. So the idea is not to be, idea is to be dependent on Srila Prabhupada for the standard of knowledge. The Divya Gyan is in his books. And one who can explain that, purport actually preaching is really purporting the purports. Really. That's all we did. We are just purported Srila Prabhupada's purports. Whatever he translated, we purported. We just purported the purports, repeated the verses. This whole the movement was based on Srila Prabhupada's teachings, and it still is. That is the Hare Krishna movement. The actual Hare Krishna movement that I joined in 1966 was dependent on Srila Prabhupada's teachings. So I'll make a humble but paranoid statement that every devotee who claims to be a devotee on this planet should acknowledge Srila Prabhupada as the world Acharya. That's all. That's the cause. That's the common ground everyone needs. That brings everybody together. Everybody. Once Srila Prabhupada replaces the material icons of Einstein and Shakespeare and of the communist leaders like Lenin and Marx, once these persons are replaced as by the real icon for the planet, and that's Srila Prabhupada. You see, we have to. And his disciples and their disciples should be working on that. Because Srila Prabhupada will be accepted by everybody once he's understood. It's like he said, he said Bhagavad Gita is not part of the Vedas. It's universal. And Srila Prabhupada is a universal teacher.
You're reminding me of one time where I think Srila Prabhupada was in Tehran, some Muslim country, and it was a Treya Rishi, I think, saying something to Prabhupada about, maybe the Muslims were chanting their, I think, namas or whatever it is it's called. And I think it's not so clear to me, but I believe Treya Rishi said something to the effect of, wouldn't it be great if they were chanting Hare Krishna, the Muslims, instead of, and Prabhupada said, are you trying to make me sectarian?
Lord Chaitanya said, you have millions of names.
Right.
And he said that himself. They're all names acceptable. And Srila Prabhupada said that. He said, you may have a different name. Say like the word water. The word water is water in English. It's Lao in French. It's some other language. It's something in
Pani in Hindi.
And Bengali. I mean, but it was all talking about the same person. It's water. It's water. So look, we have to face this. God is one, and nobody knows more about God than we'll find in Srila Prabhupada's books. Nobody knows. There's no deeper. In the Bible, it says, in my Father's house, there are many mansions. But Srila Baba told us all about those mansions. And in the kingdom of God, there's no rust. There's a little bit of hint in the Bible. Srila Baba explained the kingdom of God in detail.
So what's your response to those who say, well, yes, Prabhupada gave everything, but at the same time, he was only with us for 12 years. And if you go to hear from this Gaudiya Guru, he'll go very deep into the Raganuga Bhakti and explaining about Manjari Bhav and Gopi Bhava. And Prabhupada, he didn't really have time to do all of that. He gave us the basics.
But that's not true. I mean, you'll find that in Chaitanya Chaitamrita, and you'll find that in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. You'll find those intimacies. I mean, in Nectar of Devotion, Srila Prabhupada describes the cowherd boys and what they look like, what the color of their skin is, how they dress, what their dress is like, what their favorite prasadam is. He goes into and how they relate to Krishna, what their relationship with Krishna. He goes into a lot of detail on that, and he also goes into detail on the gopis and Chaitanya Chaitamrita, a lot of details. So where's the lack of knowledge? Something Srila Prabhupada left out?
Well, for example, Indra Swami, not too long ago, he is in Vrindavan, and he had this one devotee, because allegedly you may remember it, Oriental Institute, I think they were called, they're just, the Vrindavan Research Institute, they're just not very far from Krishna Balaram Mandir, and they have all kinds of granthas, original granthas, I think even on like the palm leaves of Srila Rupa Goswami.
Yeah.
And so Hari Parishad Prabhu, I don't forget whose disciple in ISKCON he is, but he's a young, bright Sanskrit scholar, and he was unearthing all of these writings of Rupa Goswami and translating, and Indra Swami was reading them and sharing them. And I know several devotees who were like, oh, wow, isn't this amazing? So is there anything wrong with the devotee doing that? I mean, Prabhupada gave everything, but at the same time, we know that Rupa Goswami wrote, I don't know how many hundreds of, or Jiva Goswami, how many hundreds of books. I have faith that Prabhupada's given the essence, but it goes back to your point, I guess. Who's doing the translation? How pure are they? Is it accurate? Right?
Well, we know that Srila Prabhupada passed all those qualifications. Also, there's a tendency to want to be special, to want to be distinct, to want to have a bit of knowledge that nobody else has. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons for looking for information other than Srila Prabhupada's authority. And once again, we have to know who translated it, under what circumstances. I mean, it's endless. I mean, it's thousands and thousands, but Srila Prabhupada described there was a wagon load of books that was taken out of Vrindavan. I mean, my bookshelves here are covered with books. It's not a wagon load, but it's more than I can handle.
Yeah, that wagon load of books, I believe, is the story of Srinivas Acharya and Shamananda and Narottam Das Thakur. I forget the story exactly, but Satyaraj goes into great detail. How those books, I think one scholar wanted them. I forget all the details of it. But I mean, you go to Loy Bazaar. I remember I went there with my former wife and little son some 15 years ago or so. And my God, we went upstairs to this one famous bookshop, and it was there were thousands and thousands of Vaishnav literatures jam-packed in that little place. Thousands. Just overwhelming amount. Translations. Sanatana Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Rupa Goswami. Devotees have an attraction. But there's also that principle in Nectar of Devotion where Rupa Goswami warns about not reading too many books, right? But you've made a good point that if one is really absorbed in Prabhupada's books, they should be very satisfied with that.
One about Srila Prabhupada's books is that they're an impetus to preach. They're the empowerment to preach. By hearing Srila Prabhupada's lectures and reading Srila Prabhupada's books, one is inclined to preach, which is what it's all about. Lord Chaitanya's movement's all about preaching. It's all about preaching to the other conditioned souls. And the impetus, this inspiration, the spark for that comes from Srila Prabhupada's lectures and his books. The push to preach now in this age of Kali, under the present circumstances, is coming in every lecture, is coming in every book, practically every page is admonishing the preaching movement. That's the specific contribution that Srila Prabhupada is making to Lord Chaitanya's movement. He gave it the life of preaching. He brought it out of India to the rest of the world. And that what do we need? He was designated to do that. He was designated to write those books for us. And we owe it to him to spread his teachings. That's what it means to be a disciple, or a disciple of a disciple, or disciple, 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 disciple. So he was designated by the Parampara to bring Krishna consciousness outside of India to the rest of the world. And he knew how to do it, and he did it. And there's nothing in history to equal that. That demands such respect and such admiration and such obligation from every human being on this planet. And if that wasn't enough, he went back to India and rejuvenated Krishna consciousness there.
Right.
He could not get anyone to come out of India with him. He couldn't get a brahmachari to accompany him as a sannyasi. He made one disciple in India. For all this preaching and all the letters he wrote, one person became a disciple. He comes to America, and all the Lechinas, Yavanas, they open their arms to Srila Prabhupada. He said, America is my father, India is my mother. So that's the real point, to spread the teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu around this planet. And Srila Prabhupada empowered his disciples and his followers to do just that. That was the purpose of his books. That was the purpose of his life. Nobody can hold a candle to what Srila Prabhupada did. And he did it with the Goswami's books. He did it with Vyasadeva's books. He did it with all that was given to him. He never took any credit except for two things. I've never changed anything, and I never cheated anyone. Those are his only credits that he would accept.
Here's our first godbrother, Acharya Prabhakar Mishra. He passed away in 2012, Prabhupada's first disciple in India.
Hare Krishna.
I think he made him a disciple at the League of Devotees, right? In, what was the name of that place? Not Kashi. Jhansi.
Jhansi.
Jhansi, yeah. Yeah, I don't think there can be enough preaching of your style, Rupanuga Prabhu, because since the physical departure of Srila Prabhupada and so much confusion, devotees going here, devotees going there, this isn't, I mean, I think maybe I'm a little more compromised than you, or maybe a lot more compromised, because, even though I know you want everyone to be 108% totally chaste to Srila Prabhupada, so many godbrothers and godsisters went to take shelter of Gaudiya gurus just to be able to stop, not just to keep themselves from falling down, but because they wanted some sane, mature association with someone that they could respect closer to Prabhupada's level than the way our godbrothers treated them. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I understand that, and that's a legitimate reason. But wherever you go, wherever you find yourself, you still got Srila Prabhupada Vani with you.
Sure. And I don't think any of those devotees would disagree with that.
The problem is, as I've seen it, is that there's very, very frequently some emphasis on something that Srila Prabhupada did not emphasize, or there's some different explanation of something that he gave. There's a different interpretation of a verse of a pastime, and it creates in the heart a conflict.
You're saying that's the danger.
That's the danger, of course. Even though the motive was good, it could have been just wanting to get away from an imitation to another location, or who knows. Many of the reasons are certainly genuine, but it doesn't mean that you accept anyone else as a higher authority than Srila Prabhupada. Even though this person is misusing what they've learned from him, it doesn't mean that when you find someone who sounds like they're speaking the truth, it doesn't mean that they're superior to your Guru Maharaj Srila Prabhupada. Yeah. Many devotees join this movement by the conviction of disciples who are already there, but they never considered them equal to Srila Prabhupada. Anyway, I'm a coward. I just want to be on the safe side. In this tumultuous time, Kali Yuga, I want to be on the safe side.
Me too. The Me Too movement.
And time is running out, and time is getting very heavy and going on in this world. And
Haribo, yes, go ahead.
Did you say something, Anandadev?
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt Rupanuga if he wanted to finish his thought.
I'll never finish.
He'll never finish.
All right, I can do that. No, I just wanted to say like how fortunate you guys are, because in your generation, there was only Srila Prabhupada, and anybody was sincere, who came across him, it's like, okay, this is the Acharya. There was no question of like who is Guru. Y'all are like very fortunate. Like in this age, like we have to learn how to discriminate, like because otherwise we get misled, get reborn as dogs, you know. We shouldn't follow false gurus, you know. So one should try to figure out what's the standard. That's my only message, you know. And I just wanted to give a small account. Like 4 years ago, I was learning about, well, looking into, somehow I started watching videos about, you know, the fall of ISKCON and the mysterious disappearance of Srila Prabhupada, so many different topics. And I was like, I've learned that I could like put my faith in any of these gurus. Like I didn't feel like they were like had that potency, that they were just kind of, you know, filling a space, you know. And so
I agree.
somebody told me, like I was kind of inclined to understand like the Ritvik philosophy, or, you know, take shelter of Srila Prabhupada, and they gave so many nice reasons, or seemingly nice reasons, why we should become Ritviks. And then somebody told me like, well, you have to have somebody like here, like to like you can't just take initiation. That's never been done before. So with that understanding, I was like, well, what do I didn't know what to do. So I prayed to Krishna. I was like, you know, I prayed for guidance. Somehow or other, there's got to be somebody out here in this world who's, you know, following Srila Prabhupada nicely. And I was looking one day into like, I don't know, somehow subject of false gurus on YouTube, and I found a video from my Gurudev called "Every ISKCON Guru Knows They're Fake," something like that. It has a lot of dislikes, but when I watched it, I didn't disagree with any of it, and then I started hearing more, and then I was like, that's when I tuned in. You know, I was logging in and like, okay, you know, that's over time, just hearing from him, like I felt that sense of security that I felt with Srila Prabhupada, you know. So like that, you know, that's my little small experience of how is that I prayed, you know, then, you know, I just, that's what Krishna's mercy was, that, you know, I
The way
find
it's
somebody.
supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen that way.
Right. I think that's all I have for right now. But
The
also I
Ritviks will
didn't.
say, the Ritviks will say no. It's not that it's not unprecedented. They'll say, you know, regarding the idea of accepting a Diksha Guru that's not present, they'll say Srila Bhaktisiddhanta took a sannyas order from a photo of Srila Gorkashore Das Babaji Maharaj. What's your response to that, Rupanuga Prabhu?
Well, there was no other availability. There was no other person he could accept.
So they will say similarly, there's nobody else to accept except Srila Prabhupada.
But that's a different thing. They make a formality out of Diksha initiation. They say Diksha, you're getting Diksha from Srila Prabhupada. You can't do that. You can't take Diksha from previous Acharya. And my question is, okay, suppose you initiate somebody and you initiate them to Srila Prabhupada, that's what you're claiming to do. What happens if that person that you initiate falls down? Which happens a lot, right? It happened in the past. Where does that karma go? Because when Srila Prabhupada initiated people, they had chanted at least 16 rounds for 6 months for all the regular principles, which is a pretty clean slate. The problem for the spiritual master comes when the disciple takes his vows and breaks them later. So that happens all the time. So what happens to these persons that get a Ritvik initiation? What happens if they fall down? What happens to the karma? What's the answer? Are they saying that Srila Prabhupada gets it?
Jivan Mukta Prabhu, what did Bhakti Marg Swami say to you at that point?
First of all, before we get to Bhakti Marg Swami, number one, Prabhupada is the current Acharya. He's not the former, he is the current Acharya.
Right.
So there's no question of, you know, who's the current Acharya. Prabhupada's the current
Right.
Acharya. So what's the point?
When I said
Now,
past,
is
when I
that, as
said
far as
past
the
maturity, I
the
said
written
I didn't mean Srila Prabhupada's past. I'm saying in our line, the history of our parampara is that a past acharya doesn't give diksha. Okay, not that he's not. I'm not saying Srila Prabhupada is not present, but he followed the protocols. So,
well,
see?
the protocols are what? I mean, like Bhaktisiddhanta didn't follow the protocols. I mean, Christ didn't follow the protocols.
Okay. Srila Prabhupada was asked, does Christ still have, can Christ still be a spiritual master for people today? And Srila Prabhupada said, yes. But that's not diksha, that's shiksha.
Okay.
So
whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to
it's
call
important because you can't say I can't say I'm initiating you to Srila Prabhupada. I'm initiating you to Srila Prabhupada, just like I was initiated to Srila Prabhupada. That I can say I can initiate someone else to Srila Prabhupada. That you can't do that. You can initiate.
Prabhu, it's the policy in ISKCON that that Prabhupada is taking everyone back home, back to God. That's what they say. That's how they preach. Now, the person who takes you back to Godhead is the person who takes your karma as well. How could Prabhupada take these disciples back to Godhead? And what role then do these other gurus play? Like the point is that there is so much confusion, even among those who present themselves as the current link. And my point is, you know what? We weren't fortunate enough, unfortunately, I wasn't there. So many of us weren't there when Prabhupada was here, and it would have been a moot point. But for all of the rest of us now, after November 1977, we have to deal with this guru issue. And this guru issue, I had some young devotees come to my place a few weeks ago, and it always comes up. And I tell them it's so unfortunate. I am so disturbed every time these poor devotees get into this whole guru thing, because they waste so much time on trying to figure out who is their guru, instead of just like read Prabhupada's books, study Prabhupada's books, try to learn who Prabhupada is, establish your relationship with Srila Prabhupada, and don't worry about everything else. Don't worry about it. But there's so much emphasis placed on who's the current link. I got to link myself up. No, you don't. You've already read Prabhupada's books, follow his instructions, and you're linked.
Yeah.
You're linked.
Well, that's right.
Finished.
That's right. And technically, that's called technically. Accepting him as your Siksha Guru. That's a technical point. That's what you're doing. If you accept Srila Prabhupada's teachings, you follow his teachings, you accept him as the highest spiritual authority in your life, you're accepting him as your Siksha Guru.
And the Shiksha that Prabhupada gives us, because Divya, or Shiksha, what's it called? The Shiksha Guru, Diksha. Diksha is the transmission of transcendental knowledge. That's what Diksha is defined as. Now, if you're taking Prabhupada's Shiksha, you're going to automatically receive that transcendental knowledge. You're automatically going to get it. And if someone comes around, like I'm not the type, if someone comes around and you want to accept them as they inspire you, fine, go for it. But all I'm saying is that don't worry yourself over it. Don't waste days and days and months and years trying to figure out who is my guru, who's going to take my karma, who's going to teach me what my swarup is, like all this silly stuff. Prabhupada is here. He wrote all these books for us so that we can connect with him directly.
Yes.
Not through some other medium. No. The books are there for you to directly connect with Prabhupada without the need of any transparent or otherwise via media.
Absolutely. I agree 100,000%. But when you do that, you're accepting him as your spiritual master.
Yes.
And he said to Vaikuntanath said, well, Shubhapa, we're giving all these books out to all these people. How are they going to go back to Godhead if they don't get initiated? Shubhapa said, anyone who reads my books is initiated. What does that mean?
Haribol.
It means they're my Siksha disciple. If they accept my teachings. Can you imagine if somebody reads Shubhapa's books and decides he's going to chant 16 rounds a day, he's going to follow the 4 principles, and accept Shubhapa as my spiritual authority? Well, what is that? He's accepting Shubhapa as his guru just as much as anybody else did when he was here.
Right.
Yes.
So that to me is someone who's actually accepted Shubhapa as their Shiksha guru. When they chant 16 rounds for 6 months, they follow the 4 principles for 6 months, they should get a name. Everybody's after a spiritual name. There are a lot of people I know walking around here who were never initiated but have spiritual names because their parents gave it to them.
Right.
So why can't someone else give someone? Why can't me? I could give someone, maybe Cora could give someone a name if they meet that qualification. And there's no formal sacrifice, there's no formal yajna or anything like that. But what there is there's an acknowledgement that this person is a follower, is a bona fide follower, a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. It's giving somebody recognition. And people should get recognition for what I just said. That's a whole new ballgame. Then they don't have to worry about who is my guru, who is this, eeny, meeny, mine, what are these pre-certified gurus? What does that mean? We have no objection to this person being a guru. It's like pre-certification. See, people don't have to worry about that. Yeah.
Anuttama's had her hand up for a little while.
Huh?
Anuttama has a point she'd like to share.
Well, more of a, yeah, I guess it's the point. There's really two things. Like there's the knowledge itself, and then there's the ability to understand the knowledge. And we see that like in the material world right now, there's like information out there that a lot of people are completely unable to see the information because of whatever blockage they have. So I'm wondering, if this is also in the whole guru case, that might be a similar thing, that we aren't necessarily given the ability to understand the knowledge. It's like we have to have that block removed, or we have to be willing to work on removing it.
But that knowledge, Mataji, is comes from the heart. Like the Krishna is the one who reveals that knowledge. He says that in Bhagavad Gita, and it's there in the Bhagavatam, that knowledge is manifested as we become more purified. It's not someone, like touches us on the head and we become, enlightened. It comes from within. It's already there. It's just a matter of uncovering it. Just follow Prabhupada's instructions and it's there.
Yes, Krishna says he says he consents to reveal himself in proportion to the service rendered to the spiritual master.
Wow.
And that's it. That's it. And then he also, when he explained to the scientists about how to portray the universe at Mayapur, he said to them, you just have to study it, keep reading it over and over and over again. You study it thoroughly of how to do it.
You're talking about the planetarium?
Yeah.
Because Dhamma Ghosh was sending around a transcript from a conversation where Prabhupada had flown in a Vedic astrologer. He was in India and he paid the plane fare for this Vedic astrologer to come out and to draw a diagram of the structure of the universe based on the 5th canto. And it was a very kind of humorous conversation because Prabhupada was polite to him, but it became very apparent that this astrologer was not going to be able to draw the diagram. And as far as I know, whatever it is that they have in Mayapur right now, as far as the structure of the universe, I don't know if that's even really that accurate. I mean, for instance, I've personally been able to observe that our senses detect the earth as being flat. And that's easy to prove if you, like I lived on Kauai, and it's well known that in the winter on a clear day that you can see Oahu from Kauai. It's 108 miles away. It should be about 5,000 feet below. The tip of Oahu should be 5,000 feet below the horizon, but we do view it as flat. So, you know, I mean, it's like, I find that realizations come from accepting what Prabhupada says as absolute, but not denying what my senses are showing me, that somehow or other the realization will come in between those two things. If I deny my senses, then I'll basically kind of go crazy, because I know that you can see Oahu from Kauai is something that I know for a fact. And I know that wouldn't be possible because, you know, I've studied mathematics, and the curvature of the earth is not even, is really arithmetic. It's not even mathematics. So what do you have to say about that, Rupanuga?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Really?
Yeah, because our senses are imperfect. And even though we have a microscope or have a telescope, it doesn't improve them. They remain imperfect. So, I mean, there was a time when Srila Prabhupada was saying, looking out the window of the airplane, talking about, you know, the Himalayas, and talk about, and Shastra explains 8,000 feet high or something like that. And you could, I mean, there's a question of vision. He said the universe is shaped like a lotus. And he said, yes, on a lotus he said, we're on one petal. He said, and a petal, in a lotus petal, there's a part of it that looks to be flat, because when you're in the curvature of the lotus, when you zero in on a certain area, it's gonna look flat. So he made that comment. And there's someone went to such great effort to show how Srila meant this when he said that, he meant that when he said this, and besides the Shastra and so on and so on and so on. But he told me that the universe is the shape of a lotus. And
But I
that
thought it was an egg in the fifth canto. Doesn't it say shaped like an egg?
an egg is not the chicken egg, it's a round egg, it's a bird egg. Most eggs are round. The chicken egg is like a football, but most eggs are round. And that refers to a sphere, to a globe.
Yeah, so the universe, but we're talking about just the Earth planet, you know, that's just and really we're just talking about this island on the Earth plane. You know, they call it a plane, which makes it sound flat. And we're just talking about one of the islands on the earthly, because I don't think this is the entire earthly plane for the whole universe.
They draw their circles, and between the circles, the distances are written in there. So they try to show schematically what it looks like, but it's all on a flat plane. But from my point of view, you can do it by curving it up or curving it down to get it to look like a lotus. In other words, the distances between the levels of lotus can be measured according to the mileage that they use, say starting out farther at the bottom and getting closer as you go up to the top of the lotus. But they look at everything as flat out. But you don't have to measure it could be measured curving upward or curving downward. You can measure the distances between the rows of lotus petals as it goes up. See, anyway, he told them, but what happened? What happened? He disappeared. The Bhaktivedanta Institute spread all over the place. Became a big argument over who was in charge and so on and so on. So the whole thing split up into so many different. So the very persons who were the backbone of the Bhaktivedanta Institute got split up. And then Swami Damodar was he passed away, and he was hurt in that bombing. So much interference. And yet these Bhaktivedanta Institute was a real spearhead. If you read all the different things that Srila Prabhupada said to them, talked about, you could see how important the BI was to Srila Prabhupada. He was only given $10,000 a month.
$10,000 a month, yeah.
From BBT or more, 7, 8. I heard different names, but when he was in Washington, he was talking about. I remember the name. I remember the amount was 8. Later on, it was 10. It didn't matter. And whatever he said, whatever you need. Anyway, it's hard. What can we say? There's such controversy about everything. There's such a controversy about everything, whatever it is. Flat, round, fall, no fall, It's all so much controversy. These things didn't really exist when Shobhava was here, these kind of controversies. And the construction of the universe is a so difficult thing to do. I have no idea what's going on. But there's a big fight between the flat, it's flat, some of them say this, some of them say that. I don't know who wins.
Well, what's so amazing is, I mean, I do astrology and we use the calculations using a solar centric, model for that. And it's absolutely perfect. In other words, the calculations using the planets going around the sun, you can predict what's going to happen in the future. And nobody can possibly explain why our senses perceive the earth as being flat. But actually, I find those two things to be extremely interesting, that we know that what we're perceiving is not what the truth is. And if you put your whole life in that, then you can get to the point where if Prabhupada said it's a rope, even though it looks just like a snake to your senses, you'd be able to go ahead and pick it up because you'd know that the truth, the only way that you could possibly know the truth is accepting Srila Prabhupada. Yeah. That's the way I look at it. But I don't have to deny that my senses perceive the earth as being flat, which a lot of people do. And then it kind of makes them crazy. It's like, no, there's plenty of islands that are visible over very long distances that prove that the earth is not curved, but why can't it maybe be both or something that we don't, because nobody can really understand what the fifth canto, even the top astrologers don't understand what the fifth canto is talking about. It's very...
In one conversation, when a devotee was asking Prabhupada, is it flat or is it round? And Prabhupada said it's both.
Oh, he did, really?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that just totally, Sachinta Beta Beta Tapa is like a concept that keeps coming up, that something can be both, and then it's so much more miraculous. And then it can leave us that, really to only hold on to Prabhupada's feet because we don't know what's going on. We don't even know the truth about our environment.
Our problem is that our senses are imperfect. And all the knowledge we have is acquired, it's called knowledge acquiring senses. And we get our knowledge through our knowledge acquiring senses. And that includes telescopes, microscopes, everything. But these senses are imperfect. Therefore, the knowledge that we get through our senses, which is the only way we get knowledge, is also imperfect. However, amongst all the senses, there's one sense that's designed to hear the absolute truth, and that's the ear. You don't see the absolute truth. You don't, like when we say to somebody, you see what I mean? We're talking about, do you understand what I'm saying? Not that, what do you see what I'm saying? What do you understand? So the whole key is shruti, it's through the ear that we get the knowledge. The divya comes through the ear, first of all. And the knowledge that we get through our ear without Shobhava is all imperfect knowledge. It has some validity on the material plane, but it's limitations. Okay. So we don't have the senses that it takes to see things in the proper perspective. So we have to see through Shastra. We have to see through Shobhava's translations of Shastra in order to actually see straight. What to speak of the laws, the subtle laws of nature, no one sees them, you see. So, like you said, we're actually dependent on Srila Prabhupada for our knowledge, real knowledge. We could never have figured out what Srila Prabhupada tells us or what the Bhagavatam tells us about this universe, ever.
And it's not even that important, maybe.
No, what's really important, what is really important, is that we utilize this bad bargain, this material life, we dovetail it all in Srila Prabhupada's and Krishna's service. And we do it not for our own sake, just for our own realization, but for the realization of others. This whole movement is a real outreach, is really reaching out to the other conditioned souls. That's what it's all about.
Hare Krishna, it's Ananda Hari here. Hare Krishna. I've been listening for the last couple of hours on YouTube. So I just, when this topic came up, yeah, it's on YouTube. But when this topic came up about the earth, I just wanted to say something, if you don't mind. I have a very dear friend, Maheshwara Prabhu, who's a Prabhupada, he's so dedicated to Srila Prabhupada. I've known Maheshwara for many, many years. He's somebody you could lock in a room for a week with a Bhagavatam and he'd come out happy. He's just a scholar. He studies Prabhupada's books inside out. And he's been writing on this cosmology, this Vedic cosmology. And I wasn't interested in it. I only got interested because I was worried that maybe he was losing his mind because he was talking about the earth being flat. So I looked into it for that reason. And what he has done is really shown what Prabhupada wanted in terms of the Vedic planetarium. How Srila Prabhupada, when it came to that point about the planetarium, he had very specific instructions on how it should be designed according to the Srimad Bhagavatam. And I feel that his voice is being ignored quite a lot, whereas he's actually done some serious research, purely, mostly are on the basis of what Prabhupada wanted, not on the basis of, trying to prove the earth is flat or anything else, but more on what Srila Prabhupada wanted for the planetarium according to the 5th canto. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that because he is a very non-political devotee who just is not trying to get a position or make some sort of name for himself, but rather he's dedicated to Prabhupada.
So what's his conclusion about how the universe looks then? Does he have a diagram or something you could share with us?
Yes, I mean, he's written an awful lot on it, but and I'm not an expert enough to speak on it, but I do believe that Prabhupada wanted the planetarium to show the universe according to the 5th canto, so much so that it would attract people from all around the world, because as you said, your empiric observation about the earth being flat, I looked into some of these things as well. And there was one experiment where one person he got so much ridicule from claiming the earth is flat that he set up an experiment on a lake. He said, if I'm going to do this and if it fails, I'm going to forget about this whole thing. But he went across a lake for so many miles and he put a laser along the lake. And he was able to measure that there was no curvature whatsoever. Whereas on the earth, you could say some areas are flat and some are round, but water would have to find its proper balance. So there's many things out there that, like you say, there's empiric knowledge one way, maybe even also the other way. But the Bhagavatam itself describes the earth like the 7 islands, and we're on the bottom island in a certain section of the bottom island. And that's the earth plane. So it doesn't matter from our perspective if we're living on anything, we're still in the material world, so it doesn't matter from that perspective. It only matters from this perspective of Prabhupada wanted the planetarium designed according to the Srimad Bhagavatam.
Well, it's also interesting preaching, because there's a thing that the karmis call a gap. When you give people information that shocks them a little bit. And the flat earth is, well, actually, I was surprised how unshocked some people were, that people are already aware of that, especially, spiritually inclined people are able to see that their senses perceive the earth as flat. And, when we can tell them, well, we've got a whole volume of a book that will tell you the whole structure of the universe, and it's nothing like it's not random like the Mayavadis. I mean, back to what we were talking about originally when we started this meeting, was about the Mayavadi, impersonal philosophy, and the whole cosmology of believing it's just a big bang, some kind of random thing, really is supporting that Mayavadi philosophy, that there really is no reason for you to be here. It's all random, and we're just on this, this rock that happens to be floating through space with no purpose. So that's why I think it's actually a preaching point. If we can understand that our senses perceive the earth as being flat, and then it might be flat and round at the same time. I mean, then you can introduce a Chinta Beta Beta Tattva. Well, God might be one and, simultaneously one and different. We might actually be part of God, and then it's like you can take it from there. I found it to be useful preaching for some people. For some people, it's, better not to bring up the subject.
It's so easy to be ridiculed in the world. And that's why I wouldn't officially take any position like that. But it is encouraging.
Have to be ridiculed, because you can just say, look, here's a picture. I mean, I can send you a picture taken by a photographer that unfriended my husband for saying it proved flat Earth.
Yeah.
He just took it because it was cool. We can see Kauai from, we can see Oahu from Kauai sometimes, and here even in the summer sometimes we can. So that's a proof that anybody who's willing to just look at reality, and that's the problem right now, is people are not able. They have the fantasy, and anything that you say that interferes with the fantasy gets you shut off in their mind. It's like, oh, she's crazy, I won't have anything to do with it, because she doesn't believe in the whatever fantasy thing that they're promoting, especially the ones we don't talk about on,
what I found was really encouraging is that we know Prabhupada is Jagat Guru. He's the guru for the entire universe. So I remember for years thinking, what are we going to invent spaceships and fly off to other planets to preach? But when you see this, it's like we're not alone in a vacant ball in a space where we've explored everything, we've seen everything. The modern sort of understanding of the universe is very depressing. And, it would seem to me that when Prabhupada, the ultimate goal of Prabhupada's mission was to preach to people to remember Krishna. And it was only when it came to the fifth canto that he actually started to question these things for the sake of his mission. So that seems like the perfect example. But what Maheshwara did is he picked out loads of points where Prabhupada does question these things. And I found it very interesting. But anyway, I don't want to start a controversy. I just more meant to say that I believe that there will be a change of people's understanding, and we have the knowledge that Prabhupada has given us to be at the cutting edge of that. And I think that the planetarium, they should be listening to what Maheshwara is saying for that, because I think he's done the work.
I have a suggestion here. There's a conversation in July 3rd, 1977, in Vrindavan, between Srila Prabhupada, Tamal Krishna, and a couple other persons. Mostly it's between them. And there's discussions about the universe, the flatness, the roundness. And I suggest that if you really want to get a view from Srila Prabhupada's point of view in this conversation, and one of the things that comes across is that he was saying that Tamal cannot understand because he was prejudiced.
Oh.
Prejudice. You can't understand because you're prejudiced, meaning you're limited by your senses. So you can't understand what I'm saying. Let's see, hold on a second. Srila Prabhupada says here, Bhagavatam, one portion may not be exactly like, just like if you were in the midst of the petal, the lotus petal, you cannot understand it as a petal. You see it as flat. You have it shown in the map, every point so many miles. So that petal, middle portion, you can take it flat. It is not flat, it is curved. Whatever conception you make, that is defective. Rascals, first of all, you have to understand this. So don't make it like this, like this, like that. Whatever it is said, that is all right. See? So here, Shiva was talking about a curve and round.
Of the universe. That's of the universe. Yeah.
Well, and a petal too, a curve.
Yeah.
A curve on a petal is not the same as a sphere. No, so what is, how is the whole earthly plane situated, and why does it work so perfectly with the heliocentric model? I find it just totally fascinating. Like, Krishna's just so amazing. It gives me a lot, it just makes me think that the creation is totally wonderful.
Actually, it's
It is.
Maya that's amazing. It's the Maya that's
Yeah.
amazing. Because
Yeah,
Maya, Maya is the Maya that's part of our imperfect senses. So our knowledge, our sensual knowledge is based upon imperfect senses. And that's the
Wow.
Maya. That's the Maya. Maya is not an abstraction. Maya has form, it's tangible. It takes the form of our senses, our limited senses. That's what Maya is. Maya means you can't see a certain point, just like Shobhava said. Actually, everything's spiritual, but we see it as material because it's covered by the diluting potency in our consciousness, you see. Anyway, I suggested that all of you take a look at this discussion. It's not just about the universe. It's also about the earth. I've heard him just say the other day. He says of the 7 islands on the earth. He names the 7 islands, all 7 of them, in a lecture. And that includes the North Pole, the South Pole, Africa, South America, North America, Asia. He names 7 continents that are being described in the Shastra. The 7 continents. He names the same 7.
Wow.
It's right there. So that sounds contradictory because we're hearing other things about islands and distances and so many thousands of miles of yojanas between this and that. But Shobhapa is saying that he names the 7 continents, the very ones that we are familiar with, except Antarctica and the North and South poles. He called it two different continents.
Well, that's really interesting because the karmis don't believe in a continent on the North Pole. So, we can't with our senses, we can't perceive a continent there. So that's really interesting.
He calls it a continent.
I know, that's really interesting.
Next time I hear that lecture, I'll make a note, but it's different than what I've heard other devotees describe. It doesn't, then what he's talking about is a globe. He's talking about a globe with continents on it. The same globe that we see when people, make depictions.
Yeah, he often talks about the Earth globe and the Earth as being a globe, but not when it came to later on, when it came to the 7th canto, or the 5th canto, sorry, when it came to the planetarium based on the 5th canto. Then there's a lot of discussions, like you mentioned, where he brought the astrologer, or he brought in the Vedic astrologer to try to describe it for the planetarium, who found it was impossible to do. But Prabhupada wanted it done. And it's just I find it a fascinating discussion, it's too short a time now to go into it in too much detail, but the earth, according to the Bhagavatam, is a plane across the universe, and all the celestials are above it. And there are 7 islands in that universe. And in the bottom island is where we're situated as Svetadvip.
I'd like to throw in something, please. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No problem.
Yeah, this is something that I rarely hear mentioned by anybody, but I thought it merits mentioning regarding the Temple of Understanding. This is coming from a tape. You can listen to it yourself. June 27th, 1973. Srila Prabhupada speaking with his godbrother, Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj. And here it's explained. Srila Prabhupada refers to that planetarium. Srila Sridhar Maharaj was very fond of Sanatana Goswami's most famous work, the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, in which devotees, devotional service, and Krishna are described very scientifically. On the basis of this transcendental literature, Sridhar Maharaj had contemplated an elaborate preaching exhibition using dioramas to depict the varieties of spiritual planetary systems and showing that the ultimate spiritual destination is Krishna's own abode, Goloka Vrindavan. Due to insufficient funds, Sridhar Maharaj humbly submitted his idea to Srila Prabhupada, who concurred, saying, "It will be built under your direction." Whoever quotes that? Interesting, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
It's not even saying 5th canto, it's saying Brihad Bhagavatamrita. Not that there would be any conflict as far as I can understand. It's all beyond my pay grade anyway. But this idea came from Srila Sridhar Maharaj, and he submitted it to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said that this will be done under your direction. Unfortunately, we blew him out of the water, called him a demon, brought him to tears, and we lost his good input. But I was reading another article here where they were really glorifying Sariputa's understanding of the fifth canto, and where they were saying that nobody understood the fifth canto like Sariputta Prabhu did. Anyway, I don't think I have the quotes here, but yeah, it's funny because I met Godbrother Donavir Prabhu, actually Donavir Maharaj, I think at that time. I don't know, about 15 years ago in Mayapur. He had a book table set up. And I had traveled and served him for a year and a half, had not seen him in a long time. I said, wow, so what have you been up to? And he showed me all the books that he had written and translated. And one of them was a thick book on Vedic cosmography. And I said, wow, you actually delved into that. I said, how did you go about writing this? He said, I consulted with astronomers from the Ramanujacharya group, Sampradaya. I said, wow. I said, well, gee, like, what does Sariputta have to say about your writings and your work? Or no, I think I asked him first, doesn't matter. I think I asked him, what do you think of Sariputta's work? And what does Sariputta think of your work? And he said, Sariputta thinks I'm a fanatic, like an evangelical Christian fundamentalist. And he said, and I think Sariputta has been too much influenced by Western science. So, I mean, I can't say more than that because he didn't expand beyond that. But I'm just seeing that even within our devotee community, there's people that have, I know Uttama Shloka, Vishnu Das, Sunanda Prabhu. There's a whole group of these devotees. I'm not in the group, but they've been hammering away at this for a few years. And they're saying that Rameshwar has another view, and I think he's in charge of the exhibit. And they want to disprove what is, allegedly going to become the ISKCON point of view as not being accurate. Anyway, that's just a little tidbit I thought I threw in. Did you want to say something, Rupanuga Prabhu?
No.
Okay. So yeah, this is a huge topic. It's 11 o'clock at night here in Eastern North America. We could save it for another time because it's bringing a topic up at 11 o'clock at night doesn't make any.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. It came up and I wanted to.
No, but thanks for listening in. And this is the first time I took the risk to put this back on YouTube since YouTube slapped my wrist and said, naughty, naughty, we're going to take you down, boy. Yeah, so unfortunately, nothing was brought up on what they considered to be censored topics, and I think I've been a good boy, and everyone's been good boys and girls here. So hopefully this will remain up on YouTube. I also got inspired by you.
Hey.
What? Because you said you don't like going on Facebook, Ananda Hari Prabhu, but I thought, but Ananda Hari doesn't understand. Does not Ananda Hari just want to keep this like 12 devotees? Or does he want thousands of people on Facebook to see? I mean, I want to bring hundreds of people to Rupanuga Prabhu. So that's why I go on Facebook sometimes. But being a little influenced by you, I went on YouTube this time.
I don't mind. I have a whole bunch of personal questions that I wanted to ask at some point. But, I need help basically too.
You can use my YouTube and arrange a time that's convenient for Rupanuga Prabhu, and you're welcome to use my.
Why are you setting me up as some kind of authority here?
I think it's natural.
Because you are.
It's natural.
Why are you in denial that you are?
Well, I mean, I'm not claiming to have all the answers.
Well, we think you're doing pretty good.
But
We
it
want to
seems
hear from you.
it
Yeah.
seems to me that by making the importance of instead of not shiksha rather than diksha, as it makes such clear sense, you know, whereas diksha, if you think of Lord Chaitanya taking diksha from a Mayavadi, you know, diksha is not really as important, it seems, as shiksha. And that just puts me at ease so much, because I can just take shiksha from Srila Prabhupada and from from the devotees that are who are dear to Prabhupada. But anyway, I don't want to bring up.
Ananda Dev has a question for you, Ananda Hari Prabhu. Go for it, Ananda Dev.
Hey, this is just a quick personal question, I guess. I have a god brother who lives in Ireland. I know it's kind of a big place, but it's a small world too. You know, he told me that he know like Dhaneshwar Prabhu and that he had him at his house, and I was like, wow, that's interesting because he's appearing on this series Global Scam Krishna's Plan. But his name is Marcus McCabe. He's a hemp farmer.
Yes, I know. I was in his house recently, actually. Interesting.
Wow, such a small world.
Very nice devotee.
Yeah, he's real good people. That's real cool that the world is so small in this way. You know, that everybody kind of knows each other some way or another.
Did you have any closing words for us, Rupanuga Prabhu, before we call it a night?
No.
Okay. I hope your health is improving. It sounds like it. I don't hear you with a horrible cough anymore.
Yeah, I'm getting better.
That's great.
I took some, what do you call them? Anti-something, what do you call
Antioxidants or antibiotics?
them? Antibiotic, yeah.
Did anyone finally bring you a bottle of N-acetylcysteine, NAC? That's excellent for your lungs.
Well, I think I got past that point, so.
Well, then they're failing you. I thought the local guru was going to do that.
No.
Or Vaishnavi.
Give me something else. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's okay.
All right. No, but that's just good for longevity in general. Cleans your liver. It's great. It improves your cognitive health. Not that you have any problems with that, but every little bit helps. And it's great for cleaning the respiratory tract.
Yeah.
So we'll continue with Krishna book on Monday. Canada Day is coming up here. Oh, actually, no, not Krishna book on Monday, because I think Tuesday is Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's disappearance. So I thought maybe Monday we could read about Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur from Srila Prabhupada. How does that sound?
Great.
Yeah, we can do that. All right. So thank you very much. We had at least a dozen devotees come together tonight. We're getting like standing room only. Thank you, Ashraya Tattva Prabhu, for coming all the way from New Zealand. We didn't hear anything from you at all tonight. Did you have a comment or question to make? You've been a silent observer. Or you're busy behind the scenes.
Yeah, sorry, Prabhu. I haven't been able to hear a lot of the time because I'm working at the same time. But I did want to tune in as soon as I saw that there was a gathering.
You saw it where, on Facebook or on YouTube? Or maybe I also put it
group called "What Is the Difficulty?"
I put it in Telegram and Signal also. Yeah,
I don't get those.
So if anybody has and if anybody knows any other groups of devotees on Telegram, Signal, or even Facebook where you think I could let people know ahead of time, hey, we're starting things up with the Krishna book or our reading, then I'll put it out there if you have other suggestions for me, because I just have maybe the same 6 or 7 spots I go to all the time, but I'm thinking there must be tons of devotee groups out there where I could get out the message. And I don't know. I mean, I'm inviting more. Why not have more than a dozen people coming together? The more the merrier, as Rupanuga Prabhu says. Right, Rupanuga?
Yeah.
I can say one thing, that usually when I see it, the message is happening now. And then sometimes when I see it, it's an hour or two after you've posted the message. So that's sometimes why I'm not there at the beginning, or also because I'm working. But
I see.
I thought maybe a suggestion could be if you posted it a little earlier, saying coming up in half an hour or in an hour.
Okay, good idea. Yeah. Okay, I'll come an hour before. I'll come at 6 o'clock and I'll start putting out all the reminders. Good idea.
Just a suggestion.
And invite your friends. Y'all come back now here.
Thank you, Gaurav, so much for having this. It's been wonderful for me, and I really appreciate it. I look forward to it all day.
Me too. These are actually Istagostis. These are the Istagostis I've been waiting for 47 years to have, because I've always wondered, why don't temples have Istagostis? And I thought, these are we use Prabhupada's books as a launching pad, and then we blast off from there and we go in all different directions, covering different topics. Yes, go
is
ahead.
it possible anytime to have it in the morning, earlier in the day at your time? Or are you all too busy?
Well, I think most of the people come because they want to hear from Rupanuga Prabhu, so it's really up to his schedule.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's not up to me.
No, it's not up to you, but I'm just saying your availability.
Well, I can be more available. I mean, you should not build this thing about my availability. I'm available earlier.
That's what he's saying.
No, it starts at about midnight my time, so it's a difficult time, but not that it matters. I can hear it on YouTube as well afterwards.
It's really hard to match all the times all over the world.
Yeah, I just don't like coming in at the end and then changing the topic, because I have questions, but I don't want to ask them at this time.
One thing is, if you have questions that you want to ask me specifically, you don't have to waste everybody's time listening to that. You can email me.
Well, some of them are personal, but some also just for posterity. You know, there's questions of things that
would benefit others,
would be useful. Yeah.
We could just choose a time earlier in the day, and we could just make it kind of an open discussion, questions and answers, and I'm sure many different people would like to come. I know that Jivan Mukta Prabhu, he wanted to address Garuda Prabhu's comments on is it true that women are less intelligent? Is it true that women can or cannot be leaders? Can they become Diksha Gurus? So he wanted to address that, preferably with Rupanuga Prabhu, but that's Rupanuga's discretion whether he wanted to be present at that.
And I wouldn't mind having maybe a separate discussion, more like an Istagosti kind, about, almost about current events. I mean, or more like how to get the devotees to be awake, or, plans for the fact that there's obviously a different kind of future in store for us, and Prabhupada's instructions regarding this time in history. So, and that would be obviously something that we wouldn't put on YouTube.
No, but I can save it on my external hard drive, and that can go to the BitChute channel with Pradyumna.
I think that would be a timely discussion, but it's like right now, we had a tragedy last night in the farm, and we're still dealing with that. And then, it's like I'm trying to call all the leading devotees and try to get their feel of where they are and what they can do to help. Like I talked to Veda Guya about trying to have books everywhere, at farm projects where people will be able to go and be safe. So, anyway, that's obviously when we're on YouTube, we have to be careful what we talk about. But
I'd also like to talk about Prabhupada's standards for at home, how to follow what the minimum standards are living at home with a family. because mine has always been a little up and down. I try, but it's always been up and down over the years. So
Yeah, Rupanuga could really help with that because he probably heard so many personal, because it's one of those things. There's probably the general instructions, but then there's also the personal.
Like I have problems that my kids, there's no other kids in this yatra the same age. There's like a whole generation just disappeared, of devotees. There was a generation before mine, and then in my generation, just hardly anybody. So it's trying to find the balance of wanting them to associate with devotees and like we homeschool our kids, but they do need some friends as well. So we're very much out in the world for the majority of our lives because there isn't a big Vaishnava community here.
And I think that's why I'm having my health problems and lost my daughter, was because I let her associate with karmis too much. If I had to do it over again, but there weren't any devotees to associate. I mean, it's the same kind of thing. So, it's, and Madhavi probably has some, that would be
really very
good.
Similar.
That would be a really good subject to, get Rupanuga on at some time that is convenient to everybody. What do we do? Rupanuga, I know you have some insight into that. I mean, you must. So it's hard. I mean, it's like Jivan Mukta was here and saying, having all those daughters, it's difficult. So anyway.
Yeah, we could do a whole evening about that one topic, or a whole Zoom meeting about it.
Yeah, but it should be separate because I kind of love these just philosophy, because then you're not, that if we could, maybe on separate days, maybe on weekends or something, that we can discuss the topics we want to bring up.
We could do something this weekend, but really, I think it boils down to what's convenient time for Rupanuga Prabhu, and then we could try to fit around him.
I'll make the adjustment.
Well,
I'm here alone. I don't have a family. I don't have anything to adjust but my own schedule, which is very flexible.
Okay, so then it's up to your time, Anuttama, Madhavi's time, Ananda Hari.
You all work that out. You can all work that out. You see, the problem is always going to be the same. How do we get along in this mature world? How do we make the best of a bad bargain, considering all the problems we have with association and working, and like your children are going to have friends? I mean, these are very, very, difficult problems to face. It's like Arjuna. Arjuna, he didn't want to kill his friends and his brothers and his teachers, and the solution was, you have to tolerate. It's not that these things are just an illusion, they're painful. So Krishna tells Arjuna, you have to tolerate. Yeah, you're right about these attachments. You're actually right, because it's true. In this whole world, we have all these different problems. It's almost like like old India 500 years ago. That would be wonderful, but we don't have that. We've got this very complex, fallen society to live in, and it's very, very difficult. And I don't have the answers. I really don't have the answers to these kinds of questions. You can poke me, but I'm not going to come out with the answers. It's just like every situation is a little different. Every situation, and ultimately, it really boils down to our personal surrender to Krishna, because he's in the heart, the Lord in the heart. And I believe it has a lot to do with taking instructions from within and hearing. I find myself, I often hear the Lord, but too late. Oh, I heard that. Oh, yeah, you're right. You told me. It's like we're not enough on target to get the kind of instructions that we're asking for. And we go to people like me, which is a mistake, because I can't give perfect instructions. I don't know half the problems. I have to have my own problems. But the real secret is there's a Lord in the heart that's here for us, our old friend who's been through everything with us from day one. And as Shobhava said, he's waiting for us to look at him. So he's got all the answers. We have a problem with getting instruction from the super soul. That's my, and we have a problem distinguishing the Lord in the heart from our minds, our own minds.
Not listening to
Huh?
the heart voice. Not listening to the heart voice has been my problem for my whole life. And I find out when I don't listen to that inner voice, that intuition deep within your heart, I end up regretting it. And it happens to me.
I'll give you a hint. Srila Prabhupada said, the super soul is conscience. Conscience. That's an important thing to think about. And for women, I think the super soul, I shouldn't say the word think, I have to go in a closet now, but I'm saying, my understanding, intuition is what the ladies look at, and that's close. It's really close. I think the super soul is intuition. I think he's conscience, and there's other ways I have to think about it. It's very difficult because he's right next to us, and we can't feel his presence. It's really a problem.
It must be addressed. It must be addressed for sure.
Yeah. There's a picture. There he is, right there. There's the Lord in the heart. That is from a cover on one of Bhaktivedanta Institute books. I took that off the book and had it magnified as much as they could do at the UPS, and I made it a little bigger. But that's the same one. And that I find is the most friendly picture of the super soul. He's not separate. He's not like on a pedestal or something. He's like right there. Very friendly.
Very friendly. That's the whole thing. Krishna's friendly. And I think, at least with me, I have like a Calvinistic background. If it makes you happy, it's wrong. That kind of, it's like in my consciousness. And yeah, Krishna is so friendly.
He's also pretty tough. He's
yes.
pretty tough. Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada was tough. He was very kind, very generous, but he was also tough. Tough for the absolute truth. Yeah. Omaganatirmanandasya. He cuts the false ego, and that's what Super Soul does. Super Soul cuts the false ego. And Super Soul's his job is to take us back home to Godhead. His job is to get us to have faith in Bhagavad Gita. It's his job to help us understand. I tell you what, you want to talk about Super Soul, then read this. This is second canto, Lord in the Heart, verse 35. Second canto, Bhagavatam, Lord in the Heart, chapter, verse 35, in which Srila Prabhupada describes how to detect the presence of the super soul for a common man. That's us. He talks, first of all, in 2.5 pages, he takes one from the realization that he's not his body to the understanding of the presence of the super soul. The most fantastic 2 pages is my favorite, one of my favorite places in the Bhagavatam.
What's the verse number, please?
35.
135?
Yeah, no, 2 is the chapter name is Lord in the Heart.
Yeah.
Verse 35. I would like everyone who wants to talk about the Lord in the Heart to read
so
that.
Cool. Oh my God. I've been wondering about that for such a long time.
I want to ask you, Rupanuga Prabhu, is there a time that you can recall where Srila Prabhupada was particularly tough with you? You said sometimes Super Soul can be tough.
No, I'm just telling from experience.
No, I know, but I'm just saying you had many, many different types of dealings with Prabhupada. At 22nd Avenue, when you were GBC, when you were with the God.
One thing he said about when he was asked about getting instructions from within, from the Lord in the Heart.
Yeah.
He said, check with me. In other words, if you get something that you feel is the direction you're getting from your personal super soul, it's all very personal, you know, that check with me, you check my books, check the philosophy, check what you learned from me. And to me, that means to say, to distinguish between the Lord and the heart and the mind, your mind. Your mind is not to be trusted. The mind is not to be trusted.
All see God.
But that's what I use synchronicities for, is generally if there's something that's kind of iffy, that Krishna will confirm it by having somebody say something to you, or something happen in your life, or there'll be some kind of, especially something that's a little controversial. I find that Krishna always gives that synchronicities. And I heard somebody ask Prabhupada, does Krishna speak to you directly like you hear him, or does he show you externally? He said usually externally. That's what I heard. So
He can talk, the Lord in the heart can talk to you through someone else.
Yes.
God brother, God sister, or even, you know, you can take lessons from the animal kingdom. But
or the books, you can just open to a page. And I've done that before, had a big question, randomly go to the bookshelf, pick out, you know, a book by random, and the answer will be right there in the book. I mean, it's like, you know, you could call it magic, but it's really friendly super soul. He's not going to leave us hanging on important issues.
the super soul is guiding everyone what they want. He's the order supplier. People have desires and he fulfills them. So he's actually guiding everyone who's not all aware of it. But our relationship with super soul is a little different than being order supplier. Our relationship with him is based upon our service to Srila Prabhupada. If we're serious about our service to Srila Prabhupada and Lord Krishna, then that's his job. His job is to lead us on that path, to keep us on that path, ultimately to lead us back to God. He's Krishna's expansion to us here in this mature world, to be our friend and guide and fulfill our desires. And whether they're good or bad, he's going to fulfill them. Whether they're material or spiritual, he's going to fulfill them. So it's up to us to have the desire. As Srila Prabhupada said, first deserve, then desire. So we have to deserve his prodding, his pushing. And to my mind, one of the best ways to deserve that is determined by the magnitude of our devotional service, the magnitude of our dedication to the cause, to our master, Srila Prabhupada. He's our master. We're his servants. How dedicated we are to our master. I think that's what Krishna wants to see. As he sees more and more of that, then he'll reveal more and more of himself. Not that just so we remember what he said last week or an hour ago, but right on spot. We'll understand it on spot. See, I mean, I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly, but if you all read that verse 35, Lord in the heart, and just read it, just go through it open-heartedly, and you'll see that it's really not difficult, you see, but we're so much externally oriented. But it's really not difficult for the introspection it takes to detect the presence of the super soul, the Lord in the heart. I feel that this is one particular verse that should have been treated as a subject matter for a particular classroom for that. After Srila Bhagavad Spirit, especially because one place I've heard this, and I can't confirm this perfectly, but I've heard that Srila Prabhupada said after the disappearance of the spiritual master, one has to learn how to take instructions from Super Soul, and that really makes good sense to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Could we have a Zoom meeting just on that subject, on those? Can you
Yeah.
arrange that, Gora? Because I think everybody needs that.
In fact, what I'd like to do, I propose this, that we meet for the specific discussion of this verse.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, that everyone reads it in advance.
Yeah.
And then when we meet, we can talk about it, our understanding of what we read.
I want to attend.
Me too.
Okay, so you got two attendees.
This is really Ishtagosti. This is a real Ishtagosti here. And in other words, like we've been doing, but with more intensity, because we're going to prepare for this a little bit in advance. And I'll just give you a little hint. In the purport, Srila Prabhupada says that everything appears to be going on automatically. But it's not. But the editor took that word automatic out. And for years, I studied this verse and couldn't understand. He put the word animate and took out automatic and put in animate. So for years, I was thinking, I'm such a damn fool. I can't understand this purport. What has animate got to do with anything? It broke up the whole line of logic that Srila Prabhupada was giving. And then I stumbled because I wasn't reading, I didn't have an original volume. But then I found an original volume, and when I was reading through, I said, holy cow, this word is not animate, it's automatic. And then I began to think about that. The automatic is a conception that Srila Prabhupada brings up many times about this world appearing to be automatic, which is an illusion.
That's the Big Bang. The Big Bang
I'm just giving you an example of one word being changed in this purport, which I always liked so much. But for years, I thought I was such a fool. I can't understand my spiritual master's logic because that word didn't belong there. The personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna, is there in every living being along with individual soul. This fact is perceived and hypothesized and are seeing and taking help of intelligence. That is so important. See, and it says the general argument of the common man. You see, and Srila Prabhupada is presenting an argument for the common man. Well, that's us. So the presence of Paramahamsa in everyone's company is not difficult to realize, even for the common man. The procedure is as follows. Just see. So if everybody reads this thing in advance and studies it, then we come together and discuss it.
Okay.
That's my
That's
suggestion.
2235.
Huh?
2235.
2235.
Bhagavan Sarvabhuteshu Lakshanaksamanaha Itisha Bhajarabir Dashana Lakshanana Mapukai that's it. That one can understand the presence of the Lord by vision, by seeing, and by taking help of the intelligence. It has to be taken literally. That's another thing about studying Srila Prabhupada. When we study his verses, his purports, the tendency is to see symbolically or metaphorically, but everything has to be taken literally, absolutely literally. That's important, and a way to study Srila Prabhupada's books. It's kind of a should I say a preconceived notion, to be set in the mindset that this is literal. It's not poetic. It's not poetic. It's not metaphorical. It's not some sort of allegory. It's literal, and that's a really important way to approach Srila Prabhupada's purports.
Gora, we can't hear you.
Gora,
you're
you're muted. You're muted.
No, I'm just thinking, do the devotees want to do that this weekend or some other time?
I'm available anytime because I don't really have service right now.
Anytime.
Weekend's fine for me. Earlier in the day is better because I have an electricity problem. I'm sitting here sweating it out right now because it's late.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to go turn it off, and I should have turned it off earlier. So
getting kind of dark.
yeah.
So if it was at say 1 o'clock for Nanda Hari, I think he's about 6 hours ahead of us, right? You must be about 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you 5:30?
Don't worry, I'll make the effort to. Don't worry about changing for me, but if it suits everyone else, I'll try.
But what time are you right now?
I'll tell you this.
4:30.
Let me say, whatever time you want. I don't care if it's 24/7. I don't care if it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll be there. Just set the time that everyone else can make it, and I'll make it. This is very important to me. I think this is one of the most important verses Srila Prabhupada ever gave us.
Wow. Okay. How about let's say 2 o'clock tomorrow? Does that sound good to everyone? That'll be 7 o'clock for you and Nanda Hari.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
2 o'clock, I can make it.
2 o'clock a.m. or p.m.?
PM.
Yeah, yeah.
Madhavi, does that work for you?
I'm just trying to figure out what that is. What is your
That's Eastern
regular
time.
is 4? What
Oh,
is your regular starting time?
7 o'clock, usually 7 p.m.
Okay, so I'm through. Yeah, that's good for me.
Okay, so
Where's Ananda Dave?
Yes, sir.
He's
Yes,
here.
Prabhu.
Where are you?
Oh yeah, where are you
I'm in
located? Are you on the West Coast or where are you?
Houston. Yeah.
Oh,
Where?
Texas. Texas.
Houston.
Oh, okay.
So that's Mountain Time or no?
That's Central. CST.
Central Time.
Yeah, Central Standard.
Okay. So that means you're 1 hour behind. Like, are you?
Yeah, right.
You're
Yeah, I'm an hour
10:30.
behind you.
You're 10:30 right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So
Okay.
you want me to be available tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yeah, we can
Correct?
meet back here, and
At
everyone.
2 o'clock Florida time, is it?
Yes, correct. Eastern
Tomorrow at
Standard
2
Time.
o'clock. And tomorrow is Saturday
Yeah.
for me. Okay. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I'll be here.
Okay, we'll see you here. We'll see everyone back here, and everyone has to read that verse before they come.
Are you going to invite the general public? I mean, are you inviting everyone? I think you should.
Well, it's up to you all.
If I put it on YouTube, I can put it on YouTube or I can put it on Facebook.
I think this is a little advanced.
They won't have read ahead.
Huh?
They won't have read it ahead.
Yeah, I really believe that. I think this is something that has to be studied a little bit beforehand.
Right.
And maybe it could be expanded in some other way, I think, but for this first attempt, I think it should be just as it's standing now, everyone understands what they have to do. But all of a sudden, bringing a lot of new people and can bring in questions, it's going to be very, very difficult because this is a very difficult verse.
Okay, so we'll just keep it in-house to, I mean, I'm still going to record it, but others aren't going to know that they should come and join the conversation or the discussion.
Now, I don't mean to be restrictive, but in this particular case, we're discussing a very philosophical, phenomenological approach. And it's different than usual for Srila Prabhupada.
To get a dozen people to come, like I have the last few nights, it's because I'm sending out about 10, 15 invitations to groups of people. And if out of 50 people, one person comes, that's like a great success.
This is the kind of verse that could actually be discussed for 3 months.
Right. A lot of depth. Like a seminar.
It is what I can say. It's phenomenological. It's like existential. It's tangible. It's time and space orientation. It's like there's nothing theoretical about it. There's nothing. It's not. It's philosophical, but it's perceptible. It's what can I say? It's just.
I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Me too. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's 2:35. The Lord in the Heart, Canto 2, Chapter 2, verse 35. That's our homework assignment for tomorrow.
I'm really looking forward to it too, because I'm looking forward to someone teaching me what it means.
Oh no! I guess so, Prabhupada.
Maybe I can find a Prabhupada lecture, Prabhupada speaking on it. Maybe. I don't know.
If you do, I never heard of it, but if you do, it would be incredible to hear.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
So awesome.
I'll start searching. That's my homework assignment.
Yeah, I can see. I just don't think it exists, but you can try for it.
Okay. I'll do that. In the meantime, please accept my respectful obeisances. Vanchakalpa,
I'm Vanchakalpa
Devacha, Patitanam, Pamnebhyo, Vaishnavibhyo, Namo Namaha. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi. Hari Hari Bo. Hari Hari Bo.